Hello and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. On the 6th of August 1889, in the waters off the Isle of Wight, in a stretch of the English Channel crowded that week with more private yachts than any patch of sea on earth had probably ever held at one time, a 29-year-old German emperor stood on the deck of a schooner named Thistle and watched his own uncle's boat pull steadily ahead of his own toward the finish line, in front of several 100,000 spectators lining the shore at Cowes, and a fleet of pleasure craft so dense that rowing boats had to thread between the hulls just to carry messages from one vessel to another. The uncle was Albert Edward, Prince of Wales, heir to the British throne, and by common consent the single most fashionable man in Europe, and his boat, a cutter named Britannia, had been built. Everyone in that crowded anchorage understood perfectly well, specifically to be faster than anything else afloat that season, including his own nephew's borrowed schooner. The nephew was Wilhelm II, German Emperor and King of Prussia, for barely a year at that point. A man who had arrived at Cowes that same week aboard his own imperial yacht with an entourage large enough to fill a small hotel, who had spent lavishly and conspicuously on entering that week's regattas, and who left Cowes, by the account of more than one British newspaper diarist present that week, in a state of visible and thoroughly undisguised irritation at having been beaten, once again, at a sport his own mother's country had all but invented, and his own uncle's family had turned into a private royal pastime. It is the small, almost comic detail this whole long night story is going to keep circling back to, because that same young emperor, standing on a borrowed deck and watching a faster British hull disappear ahead of his own, went home from that regatta and within a matter of years began building, out of a nation barely 2 decades old, a navy meant to do at gunnery what his own yacht had failed to do at sailing, a fleet whose deliberate, systematic and ultimately catastrophic purpose was to make Britain's own navy, for the first time in a century, genuinely and permanently afraid. We are not telling tonight the story of how a scattered patchwork of German kingdoms and duchies first stitched itself into a single empire, a story this channel has walked through in full on another night, with its own proclamation and its own architect and its own 3 deliberate wars fought in barely 6 years. Tonight belongs to what that new empire did once it already existed, to the 4.5 decades between a German nation's first appearance on the map of Europe and the moment the same nation set the whole of that map, and a great deal of the rest of the world besides, on fire. It is the story of the youngest and least secure of Europe's great powers, looking across the North Sea at the oldest and most secure empire the modern world had yet produced, an empire that ruled, by the final years of the 19th century, something in the range of 1/4 of the entire land surface of the planet, and very nearly the same proportion of its population, and deciding with a mixture of genuine grievance, wounded pride and calculated ambition, this evening is going to take seriously rather than simply mock, that it would not be left standing outside that empire's own table for another generation. It is a story about railways laid across deserts, specifically to annoy a rival chancellery, about steel plates riveted onto battleship hulls in a competition that bankrupted no one, exactly, but came dangerously close, about a handful of family quarrels conducted in fluent English between blood relatives who happened also to be the Emperor of Germany, the King of England, and the Tsar of Russia, and about a young empire's own conviction, never quite abandoned right up until the guns actually opened fire in the summer of 1914, that if it simply built enough, claimed enough, and postured enough, the older empire it was racing against would eventually step aside and make room at the table, rather than risk a fight neither side could genuinely win. Let it be said once, clearly before we walk through the specifics of how it actually happened, what shape this whole long story is going to take, because a night this long deserves to know where it is headed. This is not a story about one villain making one catastrophic decision, and it is not either. a story about a peaceful, wronged Germany simply defending itself against an envious and encircling Britain. A version of events a great many aggrieved German voices would go on insisting was the honest truth for decades after the guns finally fell silent. It is a story about two governments, two publics, and in a genuinely uncomfortable number of cases, two specific and closely related men arriving, decision by individually defensible decision across nearly 30 years, at a confrontation that almost none of them, at almost any single point along the way, had actually wanted in the terms it eventually arrived in, a slow accumulation of naval bills and colonial slights, and newspaper headlines and broken family holidays that behaved, by the end, considerably less like a single dramatic collision, and considerably more like two ships, each convinced it was merely holding its own proper course, discovering too late that the sea between them had narrowed to nothing at all. It is worth naming honestly just how much ground a story built this way actually has to cover, because the rivalry between a rising German empire and an established British one did not run along any single track from that regatta at Cowes to the trenches of Flanders. Its own footprint runs through the reluctant, half-hearted colonies an ageing chancellor in Berlin never really wanted in the first place, through the actual sand and scrub of a war fought in the deserts of southern Africa that this evening is not going to soften on Germany's own behalf, through the drafting rooms where a single-minded admiral drew up battleship blueprints one keel at a time for the better part of 2 decades, through the harbours of Morocco where a German gunboat's arrival was calculated, almost to the hour, to embarrass a French and British friendship still finding its own feet, through the private letters 3 royal cousins wrote to one another, in the same warm, teasing English, even as their own governments prepared, with rather less warmth, to fight each other, and through the final terrible calculation of the summer of 1914, when an assassination in a city few Germans or Britons could have located on a map became, within 6 weeks, the occasion for exactly the general European war both sides had spent 30 years arming against, and neither side, in the final accounting, actually wanted enough to stop. Before we drift any further into tonight's long story, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely find something worth returning to here, because that is the only reason I would ever want you to. If you are watching this on YouTube, you will find the Spotify link for this channel waiting for you down in the description, since these stories go up there as well these days, sometimes earlier than they reach the same screen. And if you are listening on Spotify right now instead, all you need to do is search Historian at Midnight on YouTube to find the rest of what this channel has been building. And if you feel like it, leave your location and your local time down in the comments below. It costs you nothing, and it helps other restless, sleepless people find their way to this same quiet corner of the internet. And there is something genuinely comforting about knowing that somewhere out there tonight, under a completely different stretch of sky, a stranger is easing into this same slow, unhurried telling of an old and complicated story. There is no need to hurry towards sleep, and no need to hurry through what follows either. Let your weight settle fully into whatever is holding you up right now, whether that is a mattress or a couch cushion, or the back of a chair you never quite meant to fall asleep in. Let your breathing slow to whatever pace it wants to find on its own, without any help from you. Turn the lights down if you have not already, or simply let your eyes go soft and unfocused if the dark has already found you, because nothing in the story ahead needs to be watched closely to be understood, only listened to, the way you might listen to rain arrive gradually on a roof somewhere well above your head, and let yourself drift, at whatever pace your own body chooses, into the story of a losing boat race off an English coastline, and of the 30 strange, anxious and ultimately catastrophic years that followed it. A chancellor who never wanted an empire beyond Europe at all, To understand why a German emperor's wounded pride at a yacht race could eventually matter to the fate of the entire world, we have to begin somewhere considerably less glamorous than the deck of a racing schooner, in the actual mind of the man who had built the German Empire in the first place, and who spent nearly every year of his own long chancellorship trying, with real and largely successful discipline, to keep that same empire from wanting an overseas empire at all. Otto von Bismarck, who had engineered German unification through 3 calculated wars, fought in barely 6 years, and who governed the new empire he had built, with an authority no chancellor after him would ever fully match, held a view of colonies that a great many of his own countrymen, and a still greater number of the merchants and adventurers and nationalist societies, pressing him from every side by the early 1880s, found genuinely baffling for a man supposedly at the head of Europe's newest great power. Bismarck's own priority, stated plainly and repeatedly to anyone who would listen, was the security of Germany's position in the middle of a continent still full of powers who had every reason to resent its sudden and violent arrival among them, a France still smarting from its own defeat and its own lost provinces of Alsace and Lorraine, an Austria-Hungary whose own place in German affairs Bismarck had just spent a war expelling, and a Russia whose own friendship or hostility could tip the whole careful balance Bismarck had spent a decade constructing. Colonies, in Bismarck's own famously blunt private assessment, offered Germany a great deal of expense, a great deal of exposure to naval powers Germany could not yet hope to match, and almost nothing in the way of genuine strategic return, a calculation he summarised in a line his own biographers have quoted ever since, by telling an explorer who came to him proposing new German territorial claims in Africa that his own map of Africa lay in Europe, that here was Russia and there was France and Germany sat in the middle, and that this was his own map of Africa. It is hard not to notice, though, how completely that same firm private conviction eventually gave way to a rather different public policy, because by 1884, barely 13 years after German unification, and against nearly everything Bismarck himself had spent the intervening years saying on the subject, the German Empire abruptly and rapidly acquired, in the space of little more than 18 months, a colonial empire spanning parts of southwest Africa, East Africa, Cameroon, Togo, and a scattering of Pacific Island territories, moving from a great power with essentially no overseas possessions at all, to one holding by the middle of 1885 territory considerably larger in raw square mileage than the home territory of Germany itself. The explanation for that reversal lies less in any genuine change of heart on Bismarck's own part about the strategic value of colonies, which he continued privately to regard with real scepticism for the rest of his career, and considerably more in the specific and rather cynical domestic political calculation Bismarck made in the run-up to the German parliamentary elections of 1884, when a wave of colonial enthusiasm, whipped up by a handful of well-organised commercial pressure groups and by nationalist newspapers eager to see Germany claim a place among the colonial powers Britain and France had already carved so much of the world into, offered Bismarck a genuinely useful electoral weapon against the liberal parties he was then trying to weaken in the Reichstag. Colonial acquisitions, announced with considerable public fanfare and dressed in the language of national prestige and commercial opportunity, let Bismarck appear, to a German public increasingly restless for exactly this kind of validation, as the champion of Germany's rightful place among the world's great trading nations, even as the Chancellor himself continued to regard the actual territories being claimed with something considerably closer to bureaucratic irritation than imperial enthusiasm, famously and repeatedly declining to send German officials or German troops to administer most of the new possessions directly, preferring instead to grant colonial charters to private commercial companies and let them bear the actual cost and actual risk of running the empire his own public statements had just claimed on the nation's behalf. It is hard to overstate exactly how thin and how genuinely improvised this new German colonial empire actually was, when set beside the empire it was implicitly measuring itself against, because the comparison mattered enormously to how both Germans and Britons understood what had actually just happened. The British Empire by the mid-1880s comprised something in the range of 9 million square miles of territory and close to 300 million subjects, a holding assembled over the better part of 3 centuries through a combination of naval supremacy, commercial penetration, and outright conquest that had left British possessions scattered across every inhabited continent on Earth, from the vast subcontinent of India, administered as the Empire's own single greatest prize, to colonies of white settlement in Canada, Australia and South Africa, to island-way stations and trading posts strung along nearly every major sea route a merchant ship might actually need to travel. Germany's own new colonial holdings, by contrast, totalled something in the range of 1 million square miles, the overwhelming majority of it desert, scrubland or dense equatorial forest, with comparatively little existing infrastructure, populated by roughly 15 million people, the great majority of them administered with a skeleton German staff numbering, in several of the territories, mere dozens of officials for populations running into the hundreds of thousands, and connected to Germany itself by trade routes that ran, for nearly their entire length, through waters a German navy still too small to meaningfully defend could do almost nothing to protect in the event of any serious conflict with a genuine naval power. It is this same lopsided comparison, made not once but continuously, in German newspapers, in German parliamentary debates, and in the private correspondence of German officials and princes across the following 3 decades, that produced what a great many historians since have identified as the single most persistent emotional undercurrent running beneath the whole of Germany's later drive for what its own leaders would come to call a place in the sun, a genuine and frequently expressed sense of having arrived, through no fault of its own timing, roughly 2 centuries too late to the table at which the world's actually valuable colonial possessions had already been claimed, carved, and settled by rivals who had simply had the good fortune to build their own empires, while Germany itself remained a scattered collection of quarrelling princedoms. It is worth remembering too exactly how Bismarck's own foreign policy toward Britain specifically was actually built during these same years, because it stands in a genuinely striking contrast to nearly everything that followed his own departure from office. Bismarck understood, with a clarity that a great many of his own successors would conspicuously fail to match, that Germany's central strategic problem was not Britain at all, but the continued danger of a 2-front continental war against France and Russia simultaneously, a danger Bismarck spent the better part of 2 decades working, through an elaborate and deliberately overlapping system of alliances and mutual guarantees, to prevent binding Austria-Hungary to Germany through a formal defensive alliance in 1879, maintaining a separate and considerably more delicate secret arrangement with Russia through a document called the Reinsurance Treaty that committed each power to neutrality if the other found itself at war with a third party, and cultivating, throughout, a studied posture of colonial and naval restraint specifically calculated to give Britain no genuine reason to see Germany as any kind of rival worth actively opposing. Bismarck's own famous private assessment of Germany's actual strategic position, that Germany was, in his own phrase, a satiated power with no further territorial ambitions in Europe worth fighting for, extended in practice to a genuine and consistent effort to avoid any serious naval competition with Britain at all, the German navy remaining throughout the whole of Bismarck's own chancellorship a comparatively modest coastal defence force with neither the size, the ambition, nor the political backing to seriously trouble British naval planners in London, a restraint that later German nationalists looking back from the vantage point of the naval race this evening, is about to spend a great deal of its own remaining hours describing would come to regard as a genuinely squandered opportunity, and that a great many British statesmen of Bismarck's own era, by sharp contrast, seem to have barely noticed as a deliberate policy at all. So thoroughly did it match their own comfortable assumption that Britain's own naval supremacy simply was, and would presumably remain, an uncontested fact of the world. It is hard not to notice, finally, before this evening turns to the specific and genuinely fateful family drama that would unmake nearly everything Bismarck had spent 2 decades so carefully building, exactly how personally dependent this whole careful architecture of restraint actually was on one single man's continued presence at the head of German foreign policy. Because Bismarck governed, in every meaningful sense, not merely as a chancellor answerable to an emperor, but as the specific and largely irreplaceable author of a system whose individual pieces, the Austrian alliance, the Russian reinsurance, the colonial restraint, the careful cultivation of British indifference, depended for their continued coherence on a single mind, holding all of them in view simultaneously, and adjusting each one continuously and often invisibly to accommodate the others. It is a dependency this evening's own next hours are about to demonstrate the genuine cost of, because the elderly emperor under whom Bismarck had built this entire system, Wilhelm I, who had reigned as German emperor since the empire's own founding in 1871, and who trusted his own chancellor's judgment on foreign affairs almost without reservation, was, by the start of 1888, a man of 90 years old, whose own death, whenever it actually arrived, was going to hand control of German foreign policy to a successor Bismarck himself had never fully trusted. And behind that successor, waiting in a line of succession, nobody in Berlin had any particular reason to think would matter within the year. To a grandson whose own complicated relationship with the British royal family this whole rivalry was about to be shaped by more directly, and more personally, than almost any other single factor this evening is going to ask you to hold in mind across the whole of the long night still ahead. The year of 3 emperors. Wilhelm I died at Berlin on the 9th of March 1888, at the age of 90, having reigned as German emperor for barely 17 years, and as King of Prussia for 27 before that, and the throne he left behind passed, in the ordinary and entirely expected course of succession, to his own son, a 56-year-old crown prince, who had waited the whole of his own adult life for exactly this moment, and who would hold it, in the end, for only 99 days. Friedrich III was, by nearly every account left by those who actually knew him, a genuinely different kind of man than the empire he was about to briefly rule might have led an outside observer to expect, a liberal by the standards of his own conservative Prussian royal house, a man who had watched Bismarck's wars of unification from close up as a genuinely capable field commander and come away from them, by his own later account, with a settled and lasting horror of war rather than any taste for further conquest, and a husband, since 1858, to Victoria, the eldest daughter of Britain's own reigning queen, a marriage arranged in no small part by the British Queen herself, specifically in the hope that a liberal, English-educated crown princess might eventually help steer Prussia, and later a unified Germany, toward the parliamentary and constitutional model Victoria and her own late husband Albert had believed, with genuine conviction, represented the future of properly governed nations everywhere. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely tragic circumstance that turned Friedrich's own reign into little more than a footnote squeezed between his father's 17 years and his son's 30, because Friedrich had been diagnosed in the spring of 1887, nearly a year before his own father's death, with cancer of the larynx, a diagnosis that a team of German physicians initially proposed treating with a radical surgical removal of the voice box itself. An Operation Friedrich, at his own English wife's urging, declined in favour of a considerably more conservative course of treatment, overseen instead by a British throat specialist named Morel Mackenzie. A decision that would become, in the bitter recriminations that followed Friedrich's own death, one of the more genuinely poisonous points of contention between his widow and the German medical and political establishment that had never much trusted her English loyalties in the first place. It is hard not to notice how completely that same illness had already silenced Friedrich, in the most literal sense, by the time his father's death actually placed the crown on his own head, because by March of 1888 the new emperor could no longer speak above a whisper, communicated with his own ministers largely through handwritten notes, and was, by every account of those who saw him during his brief reign, visibly and rapidly dying, even as he attempted to discharge the duties of an office he had waited 56 years to hold. He did manage, in the 99 days available to him, a handful of small but genuinely telling gestures toward the more liberal, more constitutionally minded Germany he and his wife had spent decades hoping to build, dismissing a small number of the most reactionary figures in his own late father's government, expressing, in private correspondence historians have since had full access to, a genuine wish to curb the growing political influence of the German military establishment, and to draw Germany closer to Britain through exactly the kind of warm, trusting alliance his own marriage had once seemed to promise, but he lacked, by every honest accounting, the time, the physical strength, or the political capital built up over years rather than weeks that any of those larger ambitions would actually have required to succeed against a Prussian conservative establishment already deeply suspicious of his own English wife's influence over him. Friedrich died at the New Palace in Potsdam on the 15th of June 1888, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with the specific historical counterfactual his own death has haunted ever since, because a great many historians, then and since, have wondered aloud what a longer reign under a genuinely Anglophile, genuinely liberal German emperor, married to a British princess, might actually have done to the whole trajectory this evening is here to walk you through. Whether a Germany steered by Friedrich rather than by the son who actually succeeded him might have found a genuinely different and genuinely less confrontational relationship with Britain, a question that can never be answered with any real certainty, and that this evening is not going to pretend to answer either, but one worth naming honestly all the same, because the 99 days of 1888 mark, as clearly as any single moment in this whole long story, the exact point where an entirely different and considerably less catastrophic future briefly existed, and then, with a specific man's specific death from a specific and genuinely survivable-seeming illness, quietly closed. A withered arm and a grandmother's shadow. The son who succeeded Friedrich on that same 15th of June, 1888, becoming, within a single year, Germany's third emperor after his own grandfather and his own father had died within months of each other, was 29 years old, had already spent that same summer losing a yacht race to his own English uncle at Cowes, and carried with him, into an office he would go on to hold for the following 30 years, a psychological inheritance considerably more complicated and considerably more consequential for the rest of this evening's story than the ordinary anxieties of any new monarch stepping into an unfamiliar role. Wilhelm II had been born in January of 1859 in a delivery so severely mismanaged by the attending physicians that the infant prince suffered what modern medicine would later identify as a brachial plexus injury, damage to the nerves controlling his own left arm and shoulder that left that arm permanently withered, several inches shorter than his own right arm, and largely useless for the whole of his own life, a physical disability that his own mother, the same Crown Princess Victoria, whose liberal English sensibilities had shaped so much of Friedrich's own outlook, subjected to years of painful and ultimately futile medical intervention, electrical stimulation treatments, animal blood baths, and mechanical stretching devices that a great many of Wilhelm's own later biographers have identified as a source of genuine and lasting psychological damage, considerably deeper than the physical disability itself, a child made to feel, across years of well-intentioned but genuinely brutal treatment, that his own body was a problem to be corrected rather than a condition to be accepted. It is hard not to notice, too, how directly that same mother's own English identity and English expectations compounded, rather than eased, her son's own difficult relationship with his own body, because Victoria, by her own later admission, and by the testimony of nearly everyone who observed the royal household during Wilhelm's own childhood, held her disabled son to a standard of physical accomplishment, horsemanship, marksmanship, athletic bearing, that a boy with one functioning arm could never realistically hope to fully meet, and responded to his own repeated struggles and repeated failures with a combination of genuine maternal anxiety and a chilliness several of Wilhelm's own tutors and companions later described as something closer to open disappointment than to comfort. A dynamic that left the young prince, by the accounts of nearly everyone who knew him well during these same years, desperate for a maternal approval he experienced himself as never quite fully receiving. It is worth naming, honestly, the specific and genuinely uncomfortable irony this same dynamic produced, because Wilhelm grew into an adult whose own relationship with Britain, and with the English side of his own family in particular, would swing for the whole of the rest of his life between a genuine and evidently sincere admiration, even a kind of desperate wish for acceptance and inclusion among his own English relatives, and an equally genuine and equally intense resentment of exactly that same family for what he experienced as their own condescension toward him, a resentment that found its single clearest and most consequential target in his own English grandmother, Queen Victoria herself, whose vast and universally respected empire Wilhelm privately regarded, across decades of correspondence and conversation his own contemporaries recorded in considerable detail, with an emotional cocktail of genuine reverence and genuine gnawing envy that several serious historians of the period have since identified as one of the single most underrated psychological engines driving the whole of Germany's later naval and colonial ambitions. Consider too the specific and rather remarkable tangle of family relationships that this same psychology sat inside, because it gives the whole of the coming rivalry a genuinely intimate dimension. A purely diplomatic account of naval bills and colonial treaties would otherwise leave out entirely. Wilhelm was, through his own mother, the eldest grandson of Britain's Queen Victoria, a woman he addressed in his own surviving letters with a mixture of real affection and barely suppressed grievance, complaining on more than one documented occasion that his own English relatives treated him as a poor relation despite his own now considerable rank as a reigning emperor, a complaint his own uncle, the same Prince of Wales who had beaten him so decisively at Cowes, and who would go on, in 1901, to become King Edward VII, seems to have done remarkably little to actually soothe the two men's own relationship curdling across the 1890s and 1900s into a genuine and mutual personal dislike that both men's own private correspondence records with a candour several historians have found genuinely startling for two heads of state whose own governments were, at the very same moment, attempting to manage an increasingly serious strategic rivalry between their respective countries. Wilhelm's own first cousin once removed, through this same tangled web of European royal intermarriage, was Nicholas II of Russia, a man Wilhelm addressed in an extraordinary and now well-documented private correspondence conducted in fluent English under the pet names Willie and Nicky, and his own first cousin, through the British side of the family more directly, was George, Duke of York, who would himself become King George V in 1910. A resemblance between the two cousins so physically striking by several contemporary accounts that observers at family gatherings sometimes had genuine difficulty telling them apart at a distance. A detail this evening is going to ask you to hold on to because it is precisely these same closely related men, corresponding with one another in the warm, familiar English of first cousins even as their own governments prepared for the possibility of war between them, who would find themselves in the summer of 1914 presiding over the actual outbreak of a conflict that several of their own private letters to one another in the final desperate days before it began plainly show every one of them genuinely trying and genuinely failing to prevent. Dropping the pilot, it is worth turning now to the specific and genuinely consequential clash that ended within barely 2 years of Wilhelm's own accession, the whole careful system Bismarck had spent nearly 2 decades building, because the new emperor's own personality, restless, easily flattered, deeply convinced of his own divine right to rule, in fact as well as in name, proved almost immediately and almost completely incompatible with a 75-year-old chancellor who had grown thoroughly accustomed, across nearly 2 decades under Wilhelm's own more pliable grandfather, to running German foreign and domestic policy with only the loosest of imperial oversight. The two men clashed, with increasing and increasingly public bitterness across nearly every major question of policy available to clash over, Bismarck insisting on extending a repressive law against the growing German socialist movement that Wilhelm, in one of the genuinely more progressive impulses of his own early reign, wished to soften, the two men disagreeing sharply over the handling of a wave of coal miners' strikes in the Ruhr in the spring of 1889, and Bismarck, increasingly resentful of an emperor he privately regarded as dangerously inexperienced and dangerously impulsive, reportedly exploring, in his own final weeks in office, the genuinely extraordinary possibility of provoking a domestic crisis serious enough to justify a state of emergency that would let him rule, if necessary, over the young emperor's own objections. Wilhelm, learning of at least some of these manoeuvres and increasingly determined to actually rule his own empire rather than merely reign over it, while an aging chancellor continued running it in his name, forced the issue directly in March of 1890, informing Bismarck, through a combination of direct confrontation and pointed bureaucratic pressure, that his resignation would be both expected and accepted. And Bismarck, recognizing that the emperor now held both the constitutional authority and the personal will to remove him regardless of his own preference, submitted his resignation on the 18th of March 1890, bringing to an end in a single stroke the career of the one man who had actually built the German Empire, and very nearly the only man in Berlin who had ever fully understood how to keep it safely balanced among its own more powerful and more resentful neighbours. It is worth naming plainly the single image that came, almost immediately, to stand for this entire moment in the popular imagination of the time, because it captured, with a wit neither Wilhelm nor his own new government ever quite managed to shake off, exactly what a great many contemporary observers understood to be at stake in Bismarck's own removal. The British satirical magazine Punch published, in its issue of the 29th of March 1890, a cartoon titled Dropping the Pilot, depicting an old, weathered sea captain, unmistakably Bismarck, descending a rope ladder from the deck of a great ship of state, while a young, self-satisfied figure representing Wilhelm looked on from the rail above, an image that read, to nearly every European chancellery that saw it, as a genuinely alarming suggestion that the one man who had actually known how to navigate Germany's newly built ship through Europe's own treacherous waters had just been sent overboard by a captain considerably younger, considerably less experienced, and considerably more convinced of his own personal judgment than the situation actually warranted. It is hard not to notice how quickly and how concretely that same cartoon's warning began to prove accurate, because Wilhelm's own new government, within a matter of months of Bismarck's departure, made the single most consequential foreign policy decision of the entire post-Bismarck era, declining in the summer of 1890 to renew the secret reinsurance treaty with Russia that Bismarck had spent years cultivating specifically to prevent a Franco-Russian alliance from ever forming against Germany. A decision driven partly by the new Chancellor's own genuine belief that the treaty sat awkwardly alongside Germany's separate alliance with Austria-Hungary, and partly by a new and considerably more assertive foreign policy establishment in Berlin that had grown openly contemptuous of what it regarded as Bismarck's own excessively cautious and excessively complicated diplomatic gymnastics. Russia, rebuffed in its own attempt to maintain the relationship, turned, within 4 years, to exactly the alliance with Republican France that Bismarck had spent his entire career trying to prevent. A Franco-Russian military convention signed in 1894 that placed Germany, for the first time since its own unification, in the genuine strategic position its founding Chancellor had spent 2 decades of careful diplomacy specifically designed to avoid: a great continental power squeezed between 2 hostile alliances on its own eastern and western borders simultaneously, a vulnerability that would go on to shape nearly every major German strategic decision for the following 20 years, including, this evening's own later hours are going to show you in some detail, the specific and ultimately catastrophic war plan Germany would eventually draw up to deal with exactly this predicament. A place in the sun. It is worth turning now to the specific doctrine that came to define German foreign policy across nearly the whole of the 15 years following Bismarck's own dismissal, because it marks the precise moment when the restrained, Europe-focused, deliberately non-confrontational posture Bismarck had spent 2 decades maintaining toward Britain finally and formally gave way to something considerably more ambitious and considerably more dangerous. The phrase itself, a place in the sun, entered the language of German politics through a speech delivered to the Reichstag on the 6th of December 1897 by Bernhard von Bülow, at that point Germany's Foreign Secretary and soon to become its Chancellor, a man whose own smooth, courtly manner and genuine gift for flattering an emperor eager to be flattered would carry him to the top of German government, even as a great many of his own contemporaries privately doubted whether he possessed the deeper strategic judgment the office actually required. Bülow told the assembled Reichstag, in a passage that German newspapers reprinted for weeks afterward, and that a great many ordinary Germans committed to memory as a kind of national creed, that the days when Germans left the earth to one neighbour, the sea to another, and reserved the sky, where pure doctrine reigns, for themselves alone, were over, and that Germany demanded its own place in the sun as well, a deliberately vague but genuinely electric phrase that gave voice to exactly the accumulated grievance this evening's own earlier hours have already described building for more than a decade among German colonial enthusiasts, industrialists and nationalist newspaper editors, increasingly convinced that a nation of Germany's own growing economic and demographic weight had every right to a colonial and commercial position to match. It is worth naming, plainly, the specific and genuinely remarkable economic transformation that lay behind this same swelling national confidence, because Germany's own demand for a place in the sun rested on considerably more than wounded pride alone. In the space of barely a quarter century following unification, the German Empire had industrialized at a pace that startled economists across Europe, its own steel production overtaking Britain's by the first years of the 20th century, its own chemical industry, built on a genuinely world-leading scientific and technical education system, coming to dominate global production of synthetic dyes and pharmaceuticals to a degree no other nation could seriously challenge, and its own electrical engineering firms, Siemens and AEG chief among them, pioneering technologies that were reshaping cities and industries across the entire developed world. Germany's own population, meanwhile, had grown from roughly 41 million at the time of unification to something in the range of 65 million by the first decade of the new century, a demographic weight considerably heavier than Britain's own, and its own merchant fleet, though still well behind Britain's in absolute terms, had grown fast enough, and its own export trade had expanded aggressively enough into markets British and French manufacturers had once regarded as their own natural preserve, that British trade journals and British parliamentary debates of the period began speaking, with a genuine and increasingly anxious frequency, of a made-in-Germany phenomenon, a rising tide of German manufactured goods, from steel and chemicals to toys and cutlery, that a growing number of British commentators had come to regard as a genuine and specifically German economic threat rather than merely the ordinary churn of international competition. It is hard not to notice, though, exactly how uneven this same rising confidence actually was when measured against the concrete realities of German colonial and commercial reach, because it is precisely that gap between Germany's own genuine economic and industrial weight and its own comparatively modest formal empire that gave Weltpolitik, as this new and considerably more assertive foreign policy came to be called, its own particular emotional charge. Weltpolitik, world policy, as articulated by Bülow, and enthusiastically embraced by an emperor who found in it a doctrine perfectly suited to his own restless personal ambitions, held that Germany's economic and demographic weight entitled it, and indeed obligated it, to pursue a global rather than a merely continental role, expanding its own colonial holdings where opportunity allowed, asserting its own commercial interests in regions like China and the Ottoman Empire that the older colonial powers had not yet fully claimed, and building, crucially, the specific instrument this evening's own next section is about to describe in detail, a navy genuinely capable of projecting German power and German prestige onto the world stage rather than merely defending Germany's own coastline, a navy that its own chief architect would design, from its very first blueprint, with one specific rival fleet held constantly and deliberately in mind, Tirpitz and the Risk Fleet. It is worth naming first the particular man whose own single-minded 20-year career turned Weltpolitik's vague rhetorical ambition into several 100,000 tons of actual German steel, because Alfred von Tirpitz, appointed State Secretary of the German Imperial Naval Office in 1897, brought to that office a clarity of purpose and a bureaucratic and political skill that few other figures in the whole of this story can genuinely match. Tirpitz had spent the earlier decades of his own naval career studying, with real professional attention, the specific technical and doctrinal lessons of contemporary naval warfare, and arrived at the Naval Office already convinced of a strategic theory he would spend the following 2 decades methodically implementing, a doctrine historians have come to call the risk theory, holding that Germany did not actually need to build a navy larger than Britain's own in order to change the entire strategic calculation in Berlin's favour, but merely a navy large enough and concentrated closely enough in home waters that Britain's own Royal Navy, however much larger in absolute terms, would find itself unable to guarantee victory in a major fleet engagement without suffering losses so severe that its own remaining strength would then be dangerously exposed to the fleets of Britain's other rivals, France and Russia chief among them, a calculation Tirpitz believed would deter Britain from ever actually risking a war against Germany at all, However large the raw disparity in fleet size might otherwise remain, the specific legislative instrument through which Tirpitz actually built this same fleet deserves a closer look, because it reveals just how deliberately and how patiently the whole enterprise was constructed to survive the ordinary political turbulence of shifting Reichstag majorities and shifting public moods. The German Navy law of 1898, steered through the Reichstag by Tirpitz's own considerable skill at both parliamentary persuasion and public propaganda, established a fixed, multi-year construction program for German battleships, specifically designed to remove naval spending from the year-to-year budgetary haggling that had left earlier German naval expansion chronically underfunded, and a second and considerably more ambitious navy law in 1900 roughly doubled that same construction program again, both laws justified publicly, with real rhetorical sophistication, not as a challenge to British naval supremacy at all, a claim that would have provoked immediate and serious British alarm, but as a modest and entirely reasonable measure necessary to protect Germany's own growing overseas trade and colonial possessions, a framing Tirpitz maintained with real discipline, even as his own private correspondence and his own internal naval planning documents, examined by historians since, make unmistakably clear that the entire program was designed, from its very first calculation, with the Royal Navy specifically, and no other fleet, held constantly in view as the standard against which German naval strength was actually being measured. It is hard not to notice, too, the genuinely extensive propaganda apparatus Tirpitz built alongside the fleet itself, because it reveals a sophistication about managing public and parliamentary opinion that a great many of Germany's own political and military leaders in this same period conspicuously lacked. Tirpitz established, within his own naval office, a dedicated news bureau tasked with cultivating friendly newspaper coverage, funded and helped organise a mass membership pressure group called the German Navy League that grew, within a few short years of its founding in 1898, to claim a membership numbering well over 1 million Germans, and cultivated relationships with industrialists, most notably the arms manufacturer Krupp, whose own commercial interest in a sustained naval construction program gave them every reason to support Tirpitz's own political efforts with financial and organisational resources of their own, a coalition of naval officers, industrialists, nationalist societies, and a broadly sympathetic press that kept naval expansion popular with the German public and, crucially, with the Reichstag's own budgetary committees, across nearly 2 decades in which the actual financial and diplomatic cost of that same expansion grew steadily larger and steadily harder to justify on the modest defensive terms Tirpitz had originally used to sell it. And it is worth naming finally exactly what this same fleet actually meant to the man in whose name it was ultimately being built, because Wilhelm's own personal investment in German naval expansion ran considerably deeper than ordinary strategic calculation, reaching back, as this evening's own opening scene has already shown you, to a specific and genuinely wounding personal humiliation on the water-off cows in the summer of 1889. Wilhelm had been, from his own boyhood, genuinely and unusually fascinated by the sea and by naval technology, in a manner several of his own tutors found disproportionate, even for a Prussian royal family that took its army considerably more seriously than its navy, spending childhood holidays absorbed in model ships and naval history in a manner his own biographers have consistently traced back to his own complicated feelings about his English mother's homeland, a nation whose entire identity and entire global position rested, as Wilhelm understood with real and precocious clarity from a remarkably young age, on the sea in a way Germany's own continental army-centred identity simply did not. Wilhelm's own marginal notes on Tirpitz's naval memoranda, preserved in German archives and examined by generations of historians since, reveal an emperor who took a level of personal, almost obsessive interest in the specific technical details of German warship design, gun calibers, armour thickness, boiler efficiency, that went considerably beyond the ordinary ceremonial enthusiasm a head of state might be expected to bring to his own nation's military hardware. And it is this same personal, deeply felt investment, historians have consistently argued, that gave Tirpitz's own patient 20-year building programme the one resource no purely bureaucratic naval planner could ever have supplied on his own. An emperor genuinely and personally committed, at the deepest level of his own psychology, to building a fleet capable of finally answering, on the scale of nations rather than of yachts, the specific defeat his own uncle's boat had handed him on a bright August afternoon off the English coast in 1889. A telegram that cost more than it said. It is worth turning now to the specific incident that first turned this slow accumulation of naval blueprints and colonial rhetoric into genuine and widespread public hostility between ordinary Britons and ordinary Germans, because before the Navy laws had even properly begun altering the balance of actual ships at sea, a single impulsive message sent from Berlin to a small republic in southern Africa did more to sour British public opinion against Germany than a decade of naval statistics ever managed to. In late December of 1895, a small private force of several hundred armed men under a British colonial administrator named Leander Starr Jameson crossed from British territory into the Boer Republic of the Transvaal in an attempt, undertaken with the quiet encouragement of the diamond magnate and imperial adventurer Cecil Rhodes, to spark an uprising among the Transvaal's own resident British settlers and topple the Boer government of President Paul Kruger before it could ever be properly authorised by the British government in London, a raid that collapsed within days when Jameson's own poorly coordinated force was surrounded and captured by Boer commandos considerably more competent and considerably better prepared than the raiders had evidently expected. It is hard not to notice what Wilhelm did within hours of learning that the raid had failed, because his own reaction, undertaken with almost no consultation of his own foreign ministry, and against the specific advice of several of his own more cautious advisers, would go on to colour British perceptions of German intentions for the better part of the following 2 decades. On the 3rd of January 1896, Wilhelm sent Kruger a telegram of personal congratulation, thanking the Boer president, on his own imperial authority, for having succeeded, without appealing to the help of friendly powers, in restoring peace and defending the independence of his own country against armed bands that had broken into it, a message whose own carefully chosen phrase about friendly powers read, to nearly every British diplomat and nearly every British newspaper reader who saw it, as an unmistakable and deliberately provocative German claim to some future right of intervention in a region Britain had always regarded as squarely within its own sphere of influence, and whose broader tone, congratulating a small republic on successfully repelling what had, after all, been an attack organised by British colonial subjects, struck British public opinion as a genuinely shocking breach of the ordinary courtesies great powers extended to one another. The reaction in Britain was immediate, widespread, and considerably more intense than Wilhelm himself, by his own later admission, had anticipated. British newspapers across the political spectrum denouncing the telegram in terms that startled the German embassy in London. British crowds in several cities reportedly jeering visibly German-accented tourists in the streets, and the Royal Navy, in a pointed and unmistakable signal of its own displeasure, mobilising a so-called flying squadron of warships for a demonstrative cruise that German naval planners read, correctly, as a blunt reminder of exactly how completely outmatched Germany's own then modest fleet still was. It is worth naming, honestly, exactly what this same episode taught the two governments about each other, because the lessons each side actually drew from it help explain a great deal of what followed. Wilhelm and his own advisors drew from the Kruger telegram affair a lesson about the specific vulnerability of a Germany without a serious battle fleet. Several of Wilhelm's own private remarks in its immediate aftermath expressing frustration that Germany had been forced to watch the British response with no naval instrument of its own capable of making that response costly. A frustration that fed directly, within 18 months, into Tirpitz's own First Navy law and its explicit public justification about protecting German interests overseas. The British public, and a good portion of the British press meanwhile, drew from the same episode an early and lasting impression of Wilhelm personally as an impulsive, attention-seeking, and potentially dangerous figure whose own private enthusiasms could not be trusted to stay within the ordinary bounds of diplomatic restraint, an impression that would recur with wearying regularity across nearly every one of the following 2 decades' major crises, and that did real and lasting damage to the specific kind of quiet, working-level trust between the two nations' foreign offices that might otherwise have helped diffuse some of the more serious confrontations still to come, the Dreadnought Revolution. It is worth turning now to the single technological development that took a naval race already underway on comparatively modest terms, and suddenly, almost overnight, reset its entire scale, because in October of 1906, the Royal Navy commissioned a new battleship, built in the record time of little more than a year at Portsmouth Dockyard, under the direct sponsorship of the formidable First Sea Lord Sir John Fisher, that rendered, by the sheer novelty of its own design, every other battleship afloat in the world instantly and completely obsolete. HMS Dreadnought carried 10 heavy guns of a single uniform calibre, rather than the mixed battery of heavy and medium guns every previous battleship design had relied on, a change that let its own gunnery officers concentrate fire and calculate range with a precision no earlier ship could match, and was powered by steam turbine engines rather than the older reciprocating engines still standard in every other Navy's battle fleet, giving it a speed advantage that let it outrun any ship powerful enough to seriously threaten it, and outfight any ship fast enough to catch it. A combination so far ahead of existing naval technology that the ship's own name became, within a matter of months, the generic term for this entire new class of warship across every navy on Earth. It is hard not to notice the genuinely paradoxical effect this same British innovation actually produced, because in rendering every existing battleship obsolete, including Britain's own considerable existing fleet of pre-dreadnought battleships built up over the preceding decade, Fisher's own gamble briefly erased almost the whole of Britain's hard-won numerical advantage over Germany, since both nations now found themselves, in effect, starting a fresh new competition from something close to a shared starting line, each needing to build an entirely new generation of dreadnought-type battleships to remain competitive regardless of how many older ships either navy already possessed. Tirpitz and the German Naval Office seized on exactly this opening with real urgency, accelerating German dreadnought construction and lobbying successfully for a further Navy law amendment in 1908 that shortened the intended lifespan of existing German warships specifically to justify replacing them sooner with the new dreadnought type, a manoeuvre that alarmed British naval planners considerably more than the raw tonnage figures alone might have suggested, since it demonstrated a German willingness to exploit every available legislative and technical opening to close the gap as quickly as possible. A specific and genuinely remarkable wave of public anxiety followed this same acceleration in Britain, and it deserves a closer look because it shows how completely the naval race had, by this point, escape the confines of ordinary strategic planning and become a matter of raw popular emotion on both sides of the North Sea. British naval intelligence estimates in 1909, based on reports, since disputed by later historians as somewhat exaggerated, suggesting that German shipyards were secretly accelerating construction well beyond their own publicly declared programme, produced a genuine parliamentary and public panic that crystallised into the popular slogan, "We want 8 and we won't wait," a demand taken up by British newspapers and eventually by Parliament itself that the government commit to building 8 new dreadnoughts in a single year rather than the more modest number the Admiralty had originally proposed, a demand the government ultimately met in full, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with what that same episode reveals about how completely naval construction figures had become for ordinary British and German newspaper readers alike, a kind of running national scoreboard tracked with the same anxious attention a great many people might otherwise have reserved for a closely contested war already underway, years before any actual shots were fired between the two fleets at all. Morocco, twice. It is worth turning now to the two specific crises through which this same accumulating naval and colonial rivalry spilled over, on the ground rather than merely in shipyards, into direct diplomatic confrontation between Germany, France, and Britain together, because both crises centred on the same North African kingdom and both followed, with a consistency that reveals just how calculated German diplomacy of this period actually was, an identical underlying pattern, a German attempt to test, and if possible to fracture, the increasingly close relationship that had developed between France and Britain since their own formal Entente Cordiale of 1904 had settled the outstanding colonial disputes between them. In March of 1905, Wilhelm, during a Mediterranean cruise arranged in part specifically to make the visit possible, landed at the Moroccan port of Tangier and delivered a speech before the assembled foreign diplomatic corps stationed there, declaring Germany's own support for Moroccan independence and Germany's own insistence on equal commercial access to Moroccan markets, a pointed challenge to France's own growing informal domination over Moroccan affairs that Germany's own foreign ministry had engineered specifically to test whether Britain would actually stand behind its new French partner in a genuine confrontation, or whether the Entente Cordiale would prove, under real pressure, to be the hollow diplomatic gesture German planners privately suspected it might still be. The test, from Germany's own perspective, produced a genuinely uncomfortable answer, because Britain, rather than distancing itself from France as German diplomats had hoped, moved to support the French position at the international conference convened at Algeciras in southern Spain in early 1906 to settle the dispute, and the conference itself, whatever face-saving language its own final agreement used, left France's own effective dominance over Moroccan affairs essentially intact while leaving Germany conspicuously isolated among the assembled powers, supported in any meaningful way only by Austria-Hungary, a diplomatic outcome that a great many German nationalists received as a genuine humiliation, and that hardened rather than weakened the Anglo-French relationship the whole manoeuvre had been designed to test. It is hard not to notice that Germany, rather than absorbing this lesson, returned to precisely the same ground 5 years later in a second and considerably more dangerous crisis, dispatching the gunboat Panther to the Moroccan Atlantic port of Agadir in July of 1911, ostensibly to protect German commercial interests during a period of local unrest, but understood by every foreign office in Europe as a deliberate show of force intended, once again, to extract colonial compensation from France and to test the durability of the Anglo-French relationship a second time. The Agadir crisis produced, if anything, a considerably sharper reaction than Tangier had, the British Chancellor of the Exchequer David Lloyd George, a politician not otherwise closely associated with foreign policy hawkishness, delivering a pointed public speech at the Mansion House in London, declaring that Britain would not tolerate having its own vital interests ignored in a settlement to which it was not a party. A warning German diplomats understood immediately as a direct signal that Britain now regarded the Moroccan question, and by clear extension, the broader Anglo-French relationship underlying it, as a matter Germany could not simply pressure aside, and the crisis ended after weeks of genuinely tense negotiation, with Germany accepting a comparatively modest strip of territory in the French Congo in exchange for finally recognising France's own protectorate over Morocco outright, a settlement that left German nationalist opinion once again feeling cheated of a prize its own government's sabre-rattling had promised, and that left the British and French governments considerably more convinced than before that German diplomacy under Wilhelm operated through calculated intimidation rather than good faith, a conviction that would shape how both governments read every subsequent German move the remaining 3 years before the war actually began: the railway to Baghdad. It is worth naming, briefly, a third and rather less dramatic arena of Anglo-German friction that ran alongside the more famous confrontations over Morocco and over battleship tonnage, because it illustrates just how broadly this same rivalry had come to touch nearly every corner of the world where German and British commercial or strategic interests happened to overlap. German financiers and German engineers, with active encouragement from Wilhelm's own government, spent the years after 1903 pursuing a concession from the Ottoman Empire to build a railway line running from Constantinople across Anatolia and Mesopotamia to the Persian Gulf, a genuinely impressive feat of engineering and finance that would, if completed, have given Germany a direct overland trade route into a region Britain had long regarded as sitting squarely within its own strategic sphere, uncomfortably close to the sea routes protecting British India and to the Persian Gulf oil concessions the Royal Navy was, by the years just before the war, increasingly counting on to fuel its own newest generation of oil-burning warships. British officials never managed to block the Baghdad railway project outright, and by 1914 an Anglo-German agreement had actually been reached limiting the line's own final approach to the Gulf in a manner that addressed most of Britain's specific strategic objections. A genuine diplomatic success story this evening is not going to pretend never happened, but the years of suspicion the project generated beforehand, feeding into British newspaper commentary that treated German commercial expansion into the Ottoman world as merely another front in the same broader contest already being fought at sea and in Morocco, added one further layer to a British public mood that had, by the early years of the new century, grown thoroughly accustomed to reading nearly every German initiative anywhere in the world as a move in a single, continuous and deliberately hostile game, both hands held open at once on the actual cost of a place in the sun. Before this evening carries you any further toward the war that all of this eventually produced, it is owed to you, honestly, to sit for a while with what a place in the sun actually meant in practice to the people who happened to already be living in the specific patch of it Germany claimed first and most violently, because a story that spent its whole length measuring naval tonnage and diplomatic slights while quietly stepping around the actual human cost of German colonial rule would not be telling you the truth of what this empire was. In January of 1904, in the German colony of German Southwest Africa, a territory covering roughly the whole of what is now Namibia, the Herero people, whose own grazing lands, cattle and water rights had been steadily and systematically expropriated across 2 decades of German settlement by colonists backed by German colonial courts and German colonial credit arrangements that left a great many Herero families landless and in debt to German traders, rose in armed rebellion against German rule, killing, in the rebellion's opening days, more than 100 German settlers, overwhelmingly men, in a manner German colonial authorities and German newspapers back home seized on immediately as proof of a savage and unprovoked native uprising, deserving of the harshest possible response. It is worth naming plainly and without any softening exactly what that same response actually was, because the German military campaign that followed the Herero uprising has come, in the century and more since, to be recognised by a great many historians as the first genocide of the 20th century, carried out by a European government against a colonised people using methods and using language that a later German government would, within living memory of some of the very men involved, apply on a far larger scale considerably closer to home. General Lothar von Trotha, dispatched from Germany with reinforcements, and given, by his own explicit later account, essentially a free hand to crush the rebellion by whatever means he judged necessary, defeated the main Herero force at the Battle of Waterberg in August of 1904, and then, rather than accepting the surrender a defeated and fleeing population might ordinarily have been permitted to offer, issued a proclamation, since preserved in German colonial archives and quoted by historians ever since, declaring that every Herero found within German territory, armed or unarmed, with or without cattle, would be shot, and that German soldiers would no longer take in women or children, but would drive them back to their own people, or have them fired upon as well, a formal extermination order that drove the surviving Herero population, entire families together, into the waterless expanse of the Omahique Desert, where German patrols sealed off the known waterholes behind them and left tens of thousands of men, women and children to die of thirst and starvation in the sand rather than accept their surrender. Considerably less internationally documented, but by the careful reckoning of modern historians very nearly as lethal, was the campaign German forces waged in these same years against the Nama people further south in the same colony, who rose in their own rebellion against German rule in 1904 and 1905, and who were subjected, in the campaign's later stages, to a policy of mass internment in concentration camps, a term German colonial administrators themselves used, without any of the euphemism later history would eventually attach to it. Camps at Shark Island and elsewhere along the southwest African coast, where forced labour, starvation rations and documented medical experimentation on prisoners' remains, skulls shipped back to German universities for research into a racial hierarchy, German scientists of the period were actively working to codify, killed a substantial proportion of everyone interned there. It is worth sitting, honestly, with the actual scale of what this combined campaign of desert extermination and camp internment produced, because modern historical demography, working from German colonial census records taken both before and after the campaign, estimates that somewhere between 60 and 80% of the entire Herero population and roughly half of the entire Nama population died as a direct result of German military and administrative policy across these same few years, a proportion of a colonized people's total population destroyed that places this specific episode, by the plain arithmetic alone, among the most concentrated acts of colonial violence any European power committed anywhere in Africa during the whole of the continent's colonial partition. It is worth naming, honestly too, exactly how this same campaign was received back in Germany itself, because the reception tells us something genuinely important about the broader nationalist culture Weltpolitik had been cultivating for the better part of a decade by the time General von Trotha's extermination order was actually issued. Trotha's own superiors in Berlin, including the German Chancellor, eventually rescinded the explicit extermination order in late 1904, less by the documented evidence, out of any genuine humanitarian objection to what had already been done, than out of a practical concern that a colony emptied entirely of its own labour force would have no workers left to actually generate the commercial revenue German colonial policy had always promised its own domestic public, and Trotha himself returned to Germany to receive, rather than any censure, further honours and a comfortable retirement, while a small number of German missionaries and a handful of opposition social democratic politicians in the Reichstag, who raised public objections to the reported atrocities, found themselves denounced by the same nationalist press that had spent a decade cultivating enthusiasm for a place in the sun as unpatriotic sympathisers with savages who had, after all, killed German settlers first. It is worth holding both of those facts honestly in view at once. The murdered German settlers whose deaths genuinely began the uprising, and the campaign of deliberate mass extermination Germany then waged in response, because a story that pretended the Herero and Nama had no real grievance against decades of land theft and broken treaties would be dishonest in one direction, and a story that treated a documented genocide as merely an unfortunate and proportionate colonial war would be dishonest in the considerably more serious other. And it is worth remembering finally that this same campaign unfolded in almost complete diplomatic isolation from the Anglo-German rivalry this evening has otherwise spent its whole length describing, a reminder that the human cost of Germany's drive for colonial standing fell overwhelmingly and almost invisibly to the European powers actually competing over prestige and battleship tonnage, on people neither London nor Berlin ever seriously considered consulting about what a place in the sun ought to actually mean for the people already standing in it, what the race actually cost in ordinary taxpayers' money. It is worth pausing, before this evening follows the rivalry into its final and most dangerous decade, on exactly what building and maintaining these two competing fleets actually cost the ordinary citizens of both nations. Because the naval race was never merely a contest of engineering, it was a contest of public finance, and it strained both governments in ways that fed directly back into the domestic politics each side brought to the crises still ahead. A single dreadnought-class battleship, by the years just before the war, cost something in the range of £2 million sterling to design, build and arm, a sum that, multiplied across the 8, 10 and eventually 20 such ships each navy was racing to lay down across barely a decade, consumed a share of both nations' government budgets that provoked genuine and increasingly bitter domestic political argument on both sides of the North Sea. In Britain, the need to fund an accelerating dreadnought programme collided directly with a Liberal government also attempting, in these same years, to build the first genuine framework of an old age pension and a national insurance system for sick and unemployed workers, a collision that produced in 1909 the so-called People's Budget introduced by the same David Lloyd George, who would later deliver the Mansion House warning during the Agadir crisis, a budget that raised taxes sharply on land and on higher incomes, specifically to fund both the Navy and the new social programme simultaneously, and that provoked a constitutional crisis of its own when the House of Lords, dominated by exactly the landed interests the new taxes targeted, attempted to block it outright, a domestic political earthquake that reshaped the British Constitution's own balance of power between Lords and Commons within 2 years, and that happened, worth remembering, entirely because of pressures the naval race itself had helped create. In Germany, the same financial strain produced a rather different but equally serious political consequence, because the German imperial government, structured under a constitution that gave the Reichstag only limited control over military and naval spending, but full control over the taxation needed to actually fund it, found itself, across the years after 1908, caught in a genuinely awkward bind between a naval and military establishment demanding ever larger budgets and a Reichstag increasingly reluctant, particularly among the growing social democratic opposition, that had by 1912 become the single largest party in the German parliament, to keep approving the new taxes those budgets required, a tension that several German chancellors of this period spent considerable political energy trying to manage, and that left Germany's own public finances, by the last years before the war, under a strain serious enough that a number of German officials privately worried the empire could not actually sustain the arms race indefinitely, without either a genuine financial reckoning or, as several of the more hawkish voices in the German military establishment began to argue with increasing openness after 1912, a war fought sooner rather than later, while Germany's relative military advantage over a re-arming Russia and France still existed, rather than a war delayed until that same window had closed. The Haldane mission, and the last serious attempt to simply talk it out. It is worth naming honestly that neither government actually wanted to keep racing indefinitely, and that both sides made at least one serious good faith attempt to negotiate their way out of the naval competition before it was allowed to run to its final and most dangerous conclusion, because a story that skipped past this same attempt would leave you with a considerably more fatalistic impression of the whole rivalry than the actual historical record supports. In February of 1912, the British War Minister Richard Haldane, a man with genuine personal and intellectual affection for Germany, having studied philosophy at a German university in his own youth, and maintaining warm personal friendships among the German academic and political establishment, travelled to Berlin with the qualified blessing of the British cabinet to explore whether Germany might agree to slow its own naval construction programme in exchange for British colonial or diplomatic concessions elsewhere, a mission Haldane pursued with real personal sincerity and considerable diplomatic skill across several days of direct conversation with Wilhelm, with the German Chancellor Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg, and, crucially, with Tirpitz himself. It is hard not to notice exactly where that same mission actually foundered, because the specific sticking point reveals, with real clarity, just how difficult a genuine settlement had become by this stage of the rivalry. Bethmann-Hollweg and the German government were prepared, in principle, to discuss a slower rate of naval construction, but insisted, as the price of any such agreement, on a British commitment to remain neutral in the event of a future continental war involving Germany, a condition the British government, already bound by its own increasingly close, if still formally uncommitted relationship with France, could not accept without effectively abandoning the entire diplomatic architecture Britain had spent the preceding decade building, while Tirpitz, for his own part, resisted any substantial slowdown to the naval programme at all, having invested by this point nearly 15 years of his own career and his own personal prestige in a construction schedule he was genuinely reluctant to see altered for the sake of a diplomatic settlement. He did not personally believe Britain's own naval establishment could be trusted to honour in good faith. The Haldane mission ended within weeks in a polite and mutually respectful failure, and Germany's own next navy law, introduced only weeks after Haldane's return to London, actually increased rather than decreased the planned rate of construction, a sequence of events that persuaded a considerable number of British officials, watching the outcome with real disappointment, that no negotiated ceiling on the naval race was likely to be achievable through diplomacy alone, and that hardened British naval planning, from 1912 onward, around the settled assumption that Germany's own fleet would continue growing for the foreseeable future, regardless of what British diplomacy attempted, 2 armed camps and a rehearsal fought in the Balkans first. It is worth naming plainly the specific alliance architecture that had, by these same years, hardened around both Germany and Britain, because it explains why a crisis breaking out in a region neither London nor Berlin had any direct territorial interest in was nonetheless able to drag both empires into a general war within a matter of weeks. Germany stood, by 1914, bound to Austria-Hungary through the formal defensive alliance Bismarck had negotiated back in 1879, and to a considerably less reliable Italy, through the wider Triple Alliance the two powers had joined in 1882, while Britain, France and Russia had, across the decade following the original Entente Cordiale of 1904, gradually built a parallel set of understandings, formalised through military staff conversations that fell short of a binding treaty, but that had, in practice, committed British planning to the expectation of fighting alongside France in any general continental war, an architecture historians have come to call the Triple Entente, even though its own actual legal commitments remained, right up to the summer of 1914, considerably looser and considerably more ambiguous than the formal Austro-German alliance on the opposing side. It is hard not to notice how directly this same alliance system had already been tested, and had already very nearly failed to hold the peace. In the two Balkan Wars fought in 1912 and 1913, when a coalition of Balkan states first drove the Ottoman Empire almost entirely out of its remaining European territory, and then, within months, turned on one another over how to divide the spoils, a regional conflict that drew in the great powers' own competing interests closely enough. Austria-Hungary anxious about the growth of a newly ambitious Serbia backed by Russia, Russia unwilling to see its own Serbian client crushed or humiliated, that several European chancelleries spent these same 2 years genuinely worried the fighting might spread into a wider war among the great powers themselves, a fear that a hastily convened conference of ambassadors in London managed, on both occasions, to contain through exactly the kind of patient, unglamorous diplomatic negotiation the summer of 1914 would conspicuously fail to replicate. It is worth naming honestly the specific lesson that a great many European statesmen mistakenly drew from the same successful containment, because the Balkan Wars left a dangerous impression, widely shared across the diplomatic establishments of nearly every major power, that the alliance system's own checks and the great powers' own shared interest in avoiding a general war had just been tested under real pressure and had held an impression that left Austro-Hungarian, German, Russian, French and British leaders alike considerably less alarmed than they perhaps ought to have been when a far more serious crisis, involving not a squabble over Balkan territory, but the actual assassination of a great power's own heir to the throne, arrived in the summer of the following year. A shot in Sarajevo and a blank cheque written within days. On the 28th of June 1914, in the Bosnian city of Sarajevo, a 19-year-old Bosnian Serb nationalist named Gavrilo Princip shot and killed Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, and his wife Sophie, as their open motorcar passed, by a genuinely remarkable stroke of chance after an earlier assassination attempt that same morning had already failed, close enough to the spot where Princip happened to be standing that he was able to fire at close range before he could be stopped. An act of political violence carried out by a member of a nationalist secret society with documented, though still historically debated, connections to figures inside Serbia's own military intelligence establishment. It is worth naming, plainly, exactly how Austria-Hungary's own government chose to respond to that same assassination, because the specific choice made in Vienna over the following month set in motion nearly everything that followed. The Austro-Hungarian government, led by a foreign minister genuinely determined to use the assassination as the long-sought pretext for a punitive war against Serbia that would settle, once and for all, the threat a rising and Russian-backed Serbian nationalism posed to the multi-ethnic Habsburg Empire's own fragile internal cohesion, first sought and received on the 5th and 6th of July 1914, an unconditional assurance of German support for whatever action Austria-Hungary chose to take against Serbia, a commitment historians have called, ever since, the blank cheque, extended by Wilhelm and his own Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg, with a speed and a lack of qualification that a great many historians have since identified as one of the single most consequential and least carefully considered decisions of the entire crisis, made on the private assumption, which would prove catastrophically mistaken, that Russia would not actually intervene to protect Serbia, and that any resulting conflict could therefore be contained to a short, localised punitive war in the Balkans. It is hard not to notice how deliberately Austria-Hungary then used that same German assurance, because the ultimatum Vienna finally delivered to Serbia on the 23rd of July, nearly a full month after the assassination itself, a delay driven partly by the practical demands of harvest leave for reservist troops and partly by the time needed to secure Germany's own backing, was drafted with a list of demands, 10 separate articles reaching deep into Serbia's own internal sovereignty, including a demand that Austro-Hungarian officials be permitted to participate directly in the Serbian government's own investigation into the assassination, that Vienna's own foreign ministry designed specifically to be unacceptable, so that Serbia's rejection, which the Austro-Hungarian government fully expected and in some respects actively hoped for, could then be used to justify the punitive war Vienna had wanted from the very first week after Sarajevo. Serbia, to the genuine surprise of a number of European diplomats who had expected an outright rejection, actually accepted all but one of the ultimatum's 10 specific demands, and offered to submit that single remaining point of disagreement to international arbitration, a response several contemporary British and Russian diplomats regarded as a remarkably conciliatory answer to a deliberately provocative document. But Austria-Hungary, having already resolved on war regardless of Serbia's actual response, declared war on Serbia on the 28th of July, exactly 1 month to the day after the assassination, and began shelling Belgrade within 24 hours. A specific and genuinely frantic sequence of mobilization orders then converted a localized Balkan war into a general European catastrophe within the space of barely a week, because the underlying military logic driving that sequence mattered every bit as much as the diplomatic decisions layered on top of it. Russia, unwilling to see its own Serbian client crushed and conscious of the loss of prestige it had already suffered by failing to support Serbia during an earlier Balkan crisis in 1908, ordered a general mobilization of its own armed forces on the 30th of July, a decision driven in significant part by Russia's own military planners, who warned that Russia's comparatively slow mobilization timetable, if delayed any further while diplomacy continued, would leave Russian forces dangerously unprepared should war actually come, and Germany, whose own strategic planning had for years assumed that a war against Russia would almost inevitably mean a simultaneous war against Russia's own ally France, responded to Russian mobilization by declaring war on Russia on the 1st of August and on France on a deliberately manufactured pretext on the 3rd. The Schlieffen Plan and the small neutral country that pulled Britain into a war it had genuinely hoped to avoid. It is worth naming, plainly, the specific German war plan whose own rigid internal logic did more than any other single factor to actually determine which countries Germany found itself fighting once the mobilization dominoes had finished falling, because the plan named for the German Chief of Staff who had drafted its original version, Alfred von Schlieffen, rested on the premise Bismarck's own diplomacy had spent 2 decades trying to prevent, a two-front war against both France and Russia simultaneously, and proposed to solve that same problem by knocking France out of the war within a matter of weeks through a massive wheeling attack across neutral Belgium and into northern France, encircling and destroying the French army before the slower mobilizing Russian forces in the east could bring their own far larger numbers fully to bear, after which the victorious German army could be shifted east to deal with Russia at comparative leisure. It is hard not to notice how completely this same plan removed in practice, any real German freedom of action once mobilisation against Russia and France had actually begun, because the Schlieffen Plan's own precise railway timetables and its own reliance on striking through Belgium before French or British forces could reinforce the frontier meant that Germany's military leadership regarded the violation of Belgian neutrality. Guaranteed by an 1839 treaty, Britain had itself signed as one of the treaty's own original guarantors, not as one option among several, but as an essentially fixed and non-negotiable precondition of the entire war plan, a rigidity that left German diplomats, in the final desperate days of the crisis, with remarkably little room to offer the kind of last-minute concession that might conceivably have kept Britain out of the war altogether. It is worth naming too exactly how decisive that same Belgian question actually proved for British public and parliamentary opinion, because Britain's own government, right up until the first days of August, remained genuinely and visibly divided over whether any British obligation to France, built as it was on informal military conversations rather than any binding treaty, actually required British intervention in a continental war at all, a division that several members of the British cabinet, uneasy about committing Britain to a European land war for the first time in a century, expressed openly in cabinet meetings held across the last days of July. Germany's invasion of Belgium, launched on the 4th of August 1914, in direct violation of the treaty Britain had itself co-guaranteed, transformed that same divided British opinion almost overnight into something considerably closer to national unanimity, giving the British government a legal and moral justification for entering the war that a purely continental balance of power argument alone had struggled to provide, and it is worth naming, honestly, the wry and rather bitter observation the German Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg himself is recorded as having made to the departing British ambassador in Berlin on the very night Britain's own ultimatum over Belgium expired, expressing genuine astonishment that Britain would go to war with a fellow Germanic power merely for the sake of a scrap of paper, a phrase that British propaganda would spend the following 4 years quoting back to the whole of the English-speaking world as proof of exactly the casual disregard for treaty obligations and small nations' own rights that British wartime rhetoric would insist the entire war was actually being fought to punish. Willie, Nicky and Georgie, writing to each other in English as their own armies mobilised. It is worth pausing, before this evening follows the war itself onto the battlefield, on the specific and genuinely poignant final exchange of private letters between the 3 first cousins whose own governments were, at this exact same moment, marching their nations toward a war none of the 3 men personally claimed to want, because it is a detail that captures, better than any diplomatic cable, just how completely the machinery of mobilization, timetables and alliance obligations had already escaped the control of the individual monarchs who nominally still commanded it. Wilhelm and Nicholas exchanged a rapid series of telegrams across the very last days of July, addressing one another, as they had for years, by the pet names Willie and Nicky, each pleading with the other to hold back his own mobilization and avert a war that Nicholas, in one surviving telegram, described as a calamity that would engulf the whole world, and Wilhelm, in his own replies, expressing what several historians examining the exchange have judged to be genuine personal anguish at the prospect of fighting his own cousin's armies, even as each man's own military establishment, operating on railway and mobilization timetables that neither monarch fully understood or felt able to countermand once set in motion, continued moving inexorably toward exactly the war both men's own letters claimed to be trying to prevent. George V, for his own part, received Wilhelm's own nephew, Prince Heinrich, at Buckingham Palace in the final days of July, and reportedly assured him, with a sincerity several accounts describe as genuine, that Britain would do everything possible to remain neutral, an assurance that the actual constitutional and strategic realities of Britain's position, and the German invasion of Belgium still days away, would render obsolete within the week, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with the specific and genuinely tragic irony this whole exchange represents. Three men who addressed each other in the warm, familiar English of a shared family holiday, each apparently sincere in his own private wish to avoid a general war, presiding nonetheless over the exact catastrophe their own letters show them individually and genuinely dreading, undone not by any of their own personal malice, but by alliance systems, mobilization schedules, and military planning assumptions that had, over the preceding 3 decades this evening has spent its whole length describing, been built with a rigidity that left remarkably little room for three cousins' own private second thoughts to actually matter once the machinery had finally been set in motion. A single afternoon in the North Sea, and a fleet built for 20 years that fought only once. It is worth turning now to what the two navies whose own decades-long construction race this evening has already described in such careful detail actually did once the war both of them had been built in expectation of finally arrived, because the answer disappointed nearly everyone who had spent those same 2 decades imagining a decisive Trafalgar-scale clash of battleships that would settle in a single afternoon, which fleet actually ruled the sea. The one genuine, full-scale confrontation between the British Grand Fleet and the German High Seas Fleet came on the 31st of May and the 1st of June 1916 off the coast of Denmark's own Jutland Peninsula, when Admiral Reinhard Scheer's German fleet, hoping to lure and destroy an isolated portion of the considerably larger British fleet before the whole of it could be brought to bear, instead found itself facing the full strength of the Grand Fleet under Admiral John Jellicoe, a battle involving in total some 250 warships and roughly 100,000 sailors, the largest clash of battleships in the whole of naval history to that point. It is hard not to notice how genuinely ambiguous the actual outcome of that same battle turned out to be, because both navies, in the decades since, have found grounds to claim it as their own. Britain lost more ships and suffered more than twice as many casualties as Germany did, a tactical outcome German propaganda seized on immediately and loudly as a clear German victory. But the German fleet, having narrowly avoided annihilation through a skillful nighttime withdrawal back to its own home ports, never again sailed out in force to challenge British control of the North Sea for the remainder of the war, leaving the British blockade of Germany's own overseas trade, the strategic prize that actually mattered considerably more than any single afternoon's exchange of gunfire, entirely intact and entirely unchallenged for the following 2.5 years. A result that let Britain's own official histories claim, with equal justice, that Jutland had been a strategic British victory regardless of the tactical arithmetic of ships sunk, since the fleet Tirpitz had spent 20 years, and a king's ransom in tax revenue building, spent the rest of the war sitting largely idle in its own home harbours, while the blockade it had been explicitly designed to break slowly strangled the German economy it had been built to defend. The blockade, the U-boats, and a war fought as much on hunger as on any battlefield. It is worth naming plainly exactly what that same blockade actually did to ordinary German civilians across the following years, because it is a cost this evening is not going to leave out of the ledger merely because it did not involve a single dramatic battle. The Royal Navy's own distant blockade of German ports tightened progressively across the whole of the war and extended controversially under international law to civilian foodstuffs as well as military supplies, cut Germany off from the imported fertilizers, animal feed and food supplies its own agriculture had grown steadily more dependent on in the decades of industrial and demographic growth this evening's own earlier hours have already described, producing by the winter of 1916 and 1917 a period of genuine mass hunger that German civilians came to remember with grim and lasting bitterness as the turnip winter, when a poor potato harvest combined with the blockade's own accumulating pressure to leave millions of ordinary Germans subsisting on turnips a vegetable that had previously been grown mostly as livestock feed, and historians estimate that food shortages driven substantially by the blockade contributed to several 100,000 excess civilian deaths in Germany across the whole of the war, a toll that fell, as such tolls very often do, disproportionately on the very old, the very young and the very poor. Germany's own answer to the blockade came from beneath the water rather than on its surface, through a submarine campaign that grew, across the war's middle years, into the single most diplomatically consequential weapon either side actually deployed, because German U-boats, attempting to starve Britain in turn by sinking the merchant shipping that carried the food and raw materials a densely populated island nation depended on to survive, adopted, at various points across the war, a policy of unrestricted submarine warfare that made no distinction between military and civilian, or indeed neutral, shipping, a policy that produced, on the 7th of May 1915, the sinking of the British ocean liner Lusitania off the Irish coast with the loss of nearly 1,200 lives, including well over 100 American citizens, an incident that provoked such intense American diplomatic protest that Germany temporarily suspended unrestricted submarine warfare rather than risk drawing the still neutral United States directly into the war, a restraint Germany's own naval command abandoned again in early 1917 in a calculated gamble that U-boats could starve Britain into surrender before American intervention, which German planners now judged all but inevitable, could actually make any practical difference. A gamble that succeeded well enough to bring Britain, by the spring of 1917, to within a matter of weeks of the same kind of genuine food crisis Germany itself was already enduring. But that failed in its own larger strategic purpose entirely, since the United States entered the war in April of 1917 substantially because of exactly this same resumed submarine campaign, bringing to the Entente side a reserve of manpower and industrial capacity neither Germany nor its own increasingly exhausted allies could realistically hope to match. Qingdao, and the fastest a German colony ever actually fell. It is worth turning now, briefly, to what actually happened during these same war years to the scattered colonial empire this evening's own earlier hours described Germany acquiring so hastily and so improvisationally back in the 1880s, because the fate of Germany's various overseas possessions once a genuine world war actually arrived reveals, with real clarity, exactly how thin and how strategically indefensible that same empire had remained across the 3 decades of its own existence. Germany's leased territory at Qingdao on the Chinese coast, home to a modest German naval base and garrison, fell within weeks of the war's outbreak, besieged from land and sea by a Japanese expeditionary force acting under the terms of Japan's own alliance with Britain and supported by a small British contingent, the German garrison surrendering in early November of 1914 after a siege of barely 2 months, a swift and almost anticlimactic collapse that demonstrated in miniature exactly the vulnerability Tirpitz's own risk fleet theory had been designed to address in home waters, but had never had any realistic hope of extending to isolated colonial outposts thousands of miles from any German naval support. German Southwest Africa, the same colony this evening has already described being emptied of the great majority of its own Herero and Nama population in the genocide of a decade earlier, fell to a South African expeditionary force acting on behalf of the British Empire within the war's first year, its small German garrison surrendering in July of 1915 after a campaign fought across desert terrain that favoured the numerically superior South African forces from the very start, while German colonies in West Africa, Togo and Cameroon fell to combined British and French forces across 1914 and 1916 respectively, each campaign following a broadly similar pattern of isolated under-garrisoned German colonial forces overwhelmed eventually by numerically superior Allied forces operating with secure lines of supply the German colonies themselves had never possessed. There was, though, a single remarkable exception to this same pattern of rapid colonial collapse, and it deserves telling in full, because the campaign fought in German East Africa stands as one of the more genuinely extraordinary military feats of the entire war on any front. Paul von Lettow-Vorbeck, the German commander in East Africa, recognising from the very outset of the war that his own small force of a few thousand German officers and considerably more numerous African askari troops could never hope to defend the colony's own borders in any conventional sense, adopted instead a deliberate strategy of sustained guerrilla warfare, moving his own small mobile force across East Africa and eventually into Portuguese and British territory beyond it, tying down, across the whole of the war's 4 years, a combined British, South African, Belgian and Portuguese force that at various points numbered well over 100,000 men, a force many times the size of his own, without ever suffering the kind of decisive defeat that would have ended the campaign outright. Lettow-Vorbeck's own force, reduced by the war's final months to barely a few thousand exhausted men living off captured supplies and local foraging, was still in the field, still undefeated, and still actively campaigning when news of Germany's own armistice finally reached him in November of 1918, a full 2 weeks after the fighting had already ended everywhere else, making his own small East African campaign the last active German military operation of the entire war, and it is worth naming honestly alongside this same genuinely remarkable feat of sustained military resistance. The human cost the campaign extracted from the East African civilian population, whose villages, food stores and porters both sides requisitioned and consumed across 4 years of fighting conducted largely on other people's land and at other people's expense, a cost historians estimate in the hundreds of thousands of African civilian deaths from war-induced famine and disease, a toll that has historically received a small fraction of the attention Lettow-Vorbeck's own considerable tactical skill has been credited with in the decades of largely admiring military history written about his campaign since. Letters home from men neither side's histories usually remember first. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific and considerably more ordinary voices whose own experience of this whole war rarely makes it into the accounts of naval statistics and colonial campaigns this evening, has otherwise spent its own attention on, because a war fought at this scale left behind an enormous private correspondence of soldiers and sailors on both sides whose own letters home describe an experience considerably more immediate and considerably less abstract than any diplomatic cable ever could. German sailors serving aboard the High Seas Fleet in the years after Jutland, confined for months at a stretch to harbour while the ships Tirpitz had spent 20 years building sat largely idle behind the British blockade, wrote home, in letters later collected by German naval historians, of a boredom and a growing resentment that would eventually curdle, by the autumn of 1918, into something considerably more dangerous to the German war effort than any British shell had managed to be. While British merchant sailors, crewing the very supply convoys the U-boat campaign was designed to sink, left behind their own considerable body of testimony describing months at sea under the constant threat of a torpedo that might arrive without any warning at all, a fear historians of the merchant marine have noted was, in its own way, considerably more psychologically taxing than the more conventional dangers facing soldiers who could at least see the direction from which danger was actually approaching. It is worth remembering, holding both of these ordinary experiences in mind together, that the whole of the elaborate naval and colonial rivalry this evening has spent so many of its own hours describing in terms of blueprints, budgets, and diplomatic cables was, in the end, endured in its own most immediate and most physical form by exactly these kinds of men, largely anonymous to history, whose own letters home describe a war considerably more frightened, considerably more exhausted, and considerably less glorious than either government's own wartime propaganda ever allowed itself to admit. A fleet ordered to die gloriously, and sailors who declined the invitation. It is worth turning now to the specific and genuinely remarkable sequence of events in the final weeks of the war, through which the same high seas fleet this evening has already described sitting largely idle behind its own blockade for 2.5 years actually brought down, through its own crew's refusal to sail, the entire imperial government that had built it. By late October of 1918, with Germany's own land armies in visible and accelerating retreat on the Western Front, with Germany's allies Austria-Hungary, Bulgaria, and the Ottoman Empire all suing for peace or already collapsing outright, and with the German government itself already engaged in exchanges with President Woodrow Wilson of the United States aimed at securing an armistice, the German Naval High Command, whose own admirals had watched the fleet Tirpitz spent 2 decades building sit essentially unused for the whole of the war, ordered the high seas fleet to put to sea for one final, deliberately suicidal engagement against the British Grand Fleet, an operation the admirals themselves described with a candour that reveals a great deal about the specific brand of honour culture that had shaped the whole of Germany's naval establishment, as intended to preserve the fleet's own honour through a glorious death in battle, rather than allow it to surrender intact under whatever peace terms Germany's civilian government was already negotiating. It is hard not to notice exactly how the sailors themselves responded to being asked to die for an abstraction of naval honour in a war their own government had already effectively conceded was lost, because on the 29th and 30th of October 1918, sailors aboard several German battleships at Wilhelmshaven, and within days at the naval base of Kiel itself, refused outright to obey the order to raise steam for what they correctly understood to be a pointless final battle, a mutiny that began as a narrow act of self-preservation among exhausted, malnourished, and increasingly politically radicalized sailors, and that spread, within a matter of days, into a full-scale revolutionary uprising, sailors and workers' councils forming across Kiel and then across nearly every major German city in rapid succession, echoing with real and self-conscious awareness among many of the sailors involved, the workers' and soldiers' councils that had emerged from Russia's own revolution barely a year earlier. The Kiel Mutiny, within barely a week, had grown into a nationwide revolution that neither the imperial government nor the German military high command retained any realistic capacity to suppress socialist and republican political movements across Germany, seizing the sudden opening to demand an end not merely to the war but to the monarchy itself. And Wilhelm, who had spent the war's final weeks at German military headquarters in Belgium, increasingly isolated from the political reality unfolding back in Germany, was informed by his own generals on the 9th of November 1918 that the army itself could no longer guarantee his own safety or his own continued authority, a message that amounted in practice to a demand for his own abdication delivered by the same military establishment whose own naval and colonial ambitions had done so much across the preceding 3 decades to shape Wilhelm's entire reign, dawn, and 30 years spent chopping wood in exile. Wilhelm abdicated on the 9th of November 1918 and crossed the following day into neutral Holland, where the Dutch government, despite considerable pressure from the victorious Allied powers, who formally demanded Wilhelm's extradition to stand trial for what the Treaty of Versailles would go on to call a supreme offence against international morality, granted him asylum rather than surrendering him to a war crimes tribunal his own accusers were never in the end actually able to convene. Wilhelm settled at a modest country estate called Huisdoorn, where he would live for the remaining 22 years of his own life, occupying himself by nearly every surviving account of these years with an almost compulsive routine of chopping firewood, a pastime several of his own visitors and biographers have found difficult to read as anything other than a kind of physical compensation for the withered arm that had shaped so much of his own psychology from infancy onward, and with writing a lengthy set of memoirs that blamed, at considerable length, and with remarkably little genuine self-examination, nearly every party to the war except himself, a jealous and encircling Briton chief among them, for a catastrophe his own decisions across 3 decades had done as much as any other single individuals to actually help bring about. It is worth naming honestly that Wilhelm lived long enough to watch a considerably more openly murderous German regime rise to power in the 1930s, and that his own private reaction to it, recorded in letters and in the recollections of visitors to Dorn, mixed a genuine revulsion at some of that regime's methods with a persistent and rather uncomfortable hope that it might yet restore the Hohenzollern monarchy he had lost, a hope Adolf Hitler's own government never had the slightest genuine intention of honouring. And Wilhelm died at Dorn in June of 1941, having specifically requested, in his own final instructions, that no swastika be displayed at his funeral, a small and rather telling final gesture of distance from a regime whose own war he did not live to see lost, Scapa Flow, and a fleet that chose to die by its own hand rather than by anyone else's. It is worth closing this whole long story of 2 fleets, 2 empires, and 3 decades of naval rivalry with the specific and genuinely extraordinary final act performed by the German High Seas Fleet itself, because it offers, in a single afternoon, a more complete and more honest summary of the entire preceding rivalry than any treaty or any parliamentary speech ever managed to provide. Under the terms of the armistice that ended the fighting in November of 1918, the bulk of the German High Seas Fleet, some 70 warships in total, sailed not into any German port but into internment at the British naval anchorage of Scapa Flow in Scotland's Orkney Islands, there to await a final decision, still under negotiation at the Paris Peace Conference, about the fleet's own ultimate fate, whether it would be divided among the victorious Allied powers, sunk as a condition of peace, or returned in some reduced form to a Germany that no longer had any empire left to defend with it. Rear Admiral Ludwig von Reuter left in command of the interned German crews, a skeleton force retained specifically to maintain the ships during the months of diplomatic limbo, followed the ongoing negotiations at Paris through British newspapers smuggled into the anchorage, and concluded in the days before the Treaty of Versailles was actually due to be signed, from newspaper reports he had reason to believe were accurate, that the treaty's final terms would divide his own fleet permanently among Britain, France and the other victorious powers, rather than allow it to return to Germany at all. On the 21st of June, 1919, 6 days before the Treaty of Versailles was actually signed at the very Hall of Mirrors, where the German Empire itself had been proclaimed some 48 years earlier, Reuter, acting entirely on his own authority, and without any direct order from a German government he no longer had reliable communication with, signalled his own interned fleet to scuttle, and German crews across all 70 ships opened their own seacocks and watertight doors simultaneously, sending 52 German warships, including the greater part of the very dreadnought fleet Tirpitz had spent 2 decades and an emperor's own personal obsession building, to the bottom of Scapa Flow within a matter of hours, in the single largest loss of shipping tonnage recorded in a single day anywhere in the history of naval warfare, an act the astonished British guardships could do almost nothing to prevent beyond opening fire on the German sailors rowing away from their own sinking vessels, killing several of them in the war's own final and rather bitterly ironic casualties, it is worth sitting honestly with what this same act actually meant. Because Reuter and his own crews, whatever the German government's own subsequent embarrassment at an act it had not authorised and could not undo, understood their own scuttling not as an act of sabotage against a peace already being negotiated, but as the fleet's own final assertion of German honour, a refusal to let ships built to make Britain afraid be handed over, intact and humiliated, to the very rival navy they had been built for 20 years specifically to challenge, choosing instead, in the story's own final and strangely fitting image, to let the fleet die by its own hand at the bottom of a Scottish harbour, rather than survive as a trophy in someone else's. The same mirrored hall 48 years later for a considerably less triumphant ceremony. It is worth naming plainly exactly what the treaty signed in that same Hall of Mirrors 6 days after the Scapa Flow scuttling actually did to the Empire this whole evening has spent so long describing building itself up, because the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, presented to the German delegation in June of 1919 on essentially a take-it-or-leave-it basis, stripped away, in a single document, very nearly everything the preceding 30 years of naval construction, colonial acquisition, and diplomatic manoeuvring had actually produced. Germany lost every one of its overseas colonies outright. The African and Pacific territories this evening has already described being seized piecemeal across the war years, now formally redistributed among the victorious powers as League of Nations mandates, ending, in a single clause, the entire colonial project Bismarck had reluctantly begun, and Wilhelm had so enthusiastically expanded. The German navy was reduced to a token coastal defence force of a handful of obsolete pre-dreadnought battleships and no submarines at all, a limit that turned Tirpitz's own life's work, already resting at the bottom of Scapa Flow by the time the treaty was actually signed, into a historical curiosity rather than any continuing strategic reality. And the German army was capped at a maximum of 100,000 men, a fraction of the force that had marched through Belgium 5 years earlier, while the German territories of Alsace and Lorraine, seized from France in the very war that had originally created the German Empire back in 1871, were returned to French sovereignty, closing, in a single stroke, the specific territorial dispute that had shaped Franco-German relations for the entire lifespan of the empire this evening has been describing. One single clause of that same treaty would go on to cast the longest and most politically consequential shadow of all, because Article 231, requiring Germany to accept formal responsibility for causing all the loss and damage the Allied governments had suffered as a consequence of a war imposed upon them by German aggression, a clause history would come to know simply as the War Guilt Clause, struck a great many ordinary Germans across every point on the political spectrum as a genuine and deliberate national humiliation, a judgment imposed without trial and without any serious German participation in the negotiations that produced it, and it is worth naming honestly that the actual historical question of how much of the war's outbreak genuinely traces back to specific German decisions. The blank check to Austria-Hungary, the rigid inflexibility of the Schlieffen Plan, the calculated brinkmanship of the Moroccan crisis, remains a question serious historians continue to debate with real intellectual seriousness rather than one this evening can honestly claim to have settled beyond dispute, even as the same honest accounting requires naming plainly that German decisions sat, at nearly every single hinge point this whole story has walked you through, considerably closer to the centre of what actually happened than German nationalist opinion of the 1920s and 1930s was ever willing to admit, a resentment over that same war guilt clause that a rising nationalist movement within Germany would spend the following 2 decades cultivating into something considerably more dangerous than wounded pride alone. Both hands held open at once on the whole of what this rivalry actually was. It is owed to you, before this long night finally starts winding toward its own end, to weigh honestly, in a single accounting, both the genuine grievance and the genuine recklessness this whole 30-year rivalry actually contained, because a story told from only one of those two hands would not be telling you the truth of it. Germany's own underlying grievance, that it had arrived at the table of the world's great colonial and commercial powers a full 2 centuries after Britain, Spain and France had already claimed the most valuable pieces of it, was not in itself an unreasonable complaint, and a rising industrial and demographic power, finding itself boxed into a comparatively cramped corner of the map by rivals who had simply had the good fortune of earlier timing, has a genuine case to make about the basic fairness of the existing international order, a case Wilhelm and Bülow and Tirpitz were not wrong to raise, however clumsily and however dangerously they eventually chose to press it. Britain, for its own part, held to its own vast empire and its own naval supremacy with a possessiveness that a great many British statesmen dressed in the language of stability and world order, but that amounted, in plain terms, to an established power's determination to prevent any rival from ever again challenging an advantage Britain had itself won, in earlier centuries, through exactly the kind of naval build-up and colonial seizure it now professed to find so alarming when practiced by someone else. An inconsistency British diplomacy of this period was rarely in the moment honest enough to fully acknowledge. And yet it is worth naming plainly and without softening exactly where that same balanced grievance actually tipped over into something considerably less defensible, because a legitimate complaint about colonial timing does not, on its own, explain a German government's willingness to hand Austria-Hungary an unconditional blank check for a punitive war, or a German General Staff's willingness to build an entire strategic doctrine around the deliberate violation of a small neutral country's own guaranteed neutrality, or a German colonial administration's willingness to issue, in writing, an order for the extermination of an entire people in Southwest Africa rather than accept a rebellion surrender. It is worth remembering too that Wilhelm's own particular psychology, the withered arm, the desperate and never satisfied hunger for his own English relatives' approval, the wounded pride of a losing yacht race off Cowes, mattered to the actual course of world events, in a way that ought to trouble anyone inclined to explain history purely through impersonal economic and structural forces, because a genuinely different man occupying that same throne, a man with Friedrich's own temperament and Friedrich's own 99 days extended into a full and healthy reign, might very plausibly have steered this same rising, ambitious, legitimately underrepresented German Empire toward its own place in the sun through negotiation and patient diplomacy, rather than through battleship keels laid down one after another for 20 straight years. And it is this same uncomfortable mixture, real structural grievance amplified by real personal recklessness, into a catastrophe that served almost nobody's actual interests once it finally arrived, that this evening has tried to hold honestly in view across the whole of the long story just told. What victory actually cost the side that technically won it? It is worth naming, before this evening turns toward its own close, the genuinely ironic final twist this whole rivalry produced, because the empire that spent 30 years anxiously measuring itself against Britain's own global supremacy never actually displaced Britain at all, and yet Britain's own supremacy did not survive the war either. A double disappearance neither Berlin nor London had spent those 30 years actually anticipating. Britain emerged from the war formally victorious, its own empire briefly larger on paper than ever before, once the German colonies and the former Ottoman territories in the Middle East were folded into it as League of Nations mandates, but the war had cost Britain something in the range of a quarter of its own entire national wealth, had left it deeply and permanently indebted to the United States for the first time in its own modern history, and had accelerated across the empire's furthest reaches exactly the currents of colonial nationalism in Ireland, in India, in Egypt, that would spend the following 3 decades dismantling piece by piece the very empire the war had supposedly been fought to defend. The United States, by contrast, emerged from the same war as the world's leading industrial and financial power. In fact, if not yet fully in its own diplomatic self-conception, Arise Weltpolitik's own architects had spent 30 years so single-mindedly focused on catching up to Britain that they had barely registered as a serious rival at all, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with the plain and rather deflating truth this same outcome represents, that the entire elaborate contest this evening has spent so many hours describing: the dreadnoughts, the colonial slights, the Baghdad Railway, the Moroccan gunboats, ended not with either of its own 2 principal competitors actually winning the global position both had spent 3 decades fighting over, but with a third power that had spent those same 3 decades quietly building its own industrial base, while the other 2 exhausted themselves, proving which of them deserved to lead a world that neither in the end actually got to. How we actually know all of this? It is worth naming briefly where the story this evening has just told you actually comes from, because the sources involved carry their own biases, and a story that pretended otherwise would not be dealing with you honestly. A great deal of what we know about the private thinking behind German naval and colonial policy comes from Tirpitz's own extensive memoirs, published in the 1920s, and from Bülow's own multi-volume recollections, both men writing, it is worth remembering, with a very personal interest in defending their own historical reputations against the accusation that their own policies had helped cause a catastrophic war. A bias historians reading these same memoirs have learned to weigh carefully against the rather more candid private correspondence, marginal notes, and internal government memoranda that German and, after the Second World War, formerly East German archives have gradually made available to researchers across the past century. The specific question of how much responsibility German decision-making actually bears for the outbreak of the war became, in the 1960s, the subject of a genuinely fierce and genuinely consequential historical argument when the German historian Fritz Fischer, working from newly available German government archives, argued in his own landmark study that German civilian and military leaders had pursued deliberately expansionist war aims well before 1914 and bore a considerably heavier share of direct responsibility for the war's outbreak than the more evenly distributed blame earlier generations of historians, understandably reluctant to reopen so raw and so recent a national wound, had generally preferred to assign, a thesis that provoked bitter controversy within Germany's own historical profession at the time, and that remains, in its broad outlines rather than in every specific detail, the interpretation most professional historians of the period have come to accept in the decades since. British and French diplomatic archives, opened progressively across the 20th century, and the extraordinary Willy-Nicky telegram correspondence, preserved in both German and Russian archives and published in English translation not long after the Russian Revolution made Nicholas's own papers newly accessible, round out a documentary record that lets historians reconstruct, with real and specific confidence, both the calculated strategic decisions and the genuinely human anxieties that together produced the whole of the story this evening has just walked you through. It is worth naming too the specific and rather revealing document war both governments waged in the war's very first weeks, because each side rushed, within days of the fighting actually beginning, to publish its own selectively edited collection of diplomatic correspondence intended to prove to a watching world and to its own domestic public, that the blame for the catastrophe lay entirely with the other side. Britain published what came to be known as its own Blue Book, a curated selection of diplomatic cables from the July crisis, while Germany issued a corresponding White Book, and Austria, Hungary, Russia and France each produced their own similarly colour-coded volumes. Every one of these official collections, historians combing through the full unedited archives in the decades since, have consistently found, omitting or softening the specific cables that reflected most poorly on its own government's conduct during the crisis, a wartime propaganda exercise conducted through the ordinarily sober medium of published diplomatic archives rather than through cartoons or newspaper editorials, and one that meant serious historians did not actually gain reliable access to the full and unedited documentary record behind the July crisis until each government's own state archives were gradually opened to independent researchers across the many decades that followed, a reminder that even the most official-seeming historical evidence deserves the same careful, sceptical reading. This evening has tried to apply to every other source behind tonight's long story. What is still being reckoned with in the present day? It is worth naming too, before we finally let this long story go, exactly what pieces of it are still, in the world you are falling asleep in tonight, genuinely unfinished business rather than settled history. The wrecks of the German high seas fleet still lie, in considerable part at the bottom of Scarpa Flow, several of them still visited by recreational divers today, their own steel hulls prized in a detail few visitors realise for the specific low background steel their pre-nuclear age construction preserved, metal free of the faint radioactive contamination that has affected nearly all steel produced anywhere on Earth since the first nuclear tests of the 1940s, steel occasionally salvaged for use in sensitive scientific instruments that require exactly this kind of pre-atomic purity, an almost eerie afterlife for a fleet that chose to sink itself rather than surrender. The genocide this evening described Germany committing against the Herero and Nama peoples remained, for the better part of a century, a largely unacknowledged chapter of German colonial history, and it was only in 2021 that the German government formally recognised the killings as a genocide and agreed, after years of negotiation with Namibia's own government, to a package of development funding still disputed by many Herero and Nama descendant communities as an inadequate substitute for the direct reparations and the genuine consultation they continue to seek. A reminder that the human cost this evening asked you to sit with honestly in an earlier hour remains, in the most literal sense, an open and unresolved account rather than a closed one, a leased harbour in Shandong, and a speech that gave an entire war its own ugly nickname. It is worth returning briefly to a corner of this rivalry this evening has not yet properly visited, because Germany's own ambitions reached considerably further than Africa and the Moroccan coast, extending all the way to the Chinese province of Shandong, where Germany seized in 1897 on the deliberately manufactured pretext of the murder of 2 German missionaries, a 99-year lease over the harbour and surrounding territory of Kiautschou Bay, building at its centre the port city of Tsingtao this evening, has already described falling to a Japanese siege within weeks of the war's outbreak, and establishing, through the lease, a German sphere of commercial and railway influence across the whole of Shandong province that sat, uncomfortably, alongside Britain's own considerably older and considerably more extensive commercial privileges elsewhere along the Chinese coast. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely notorious speech Wilhelm delivered in Bremerhaven in July of 1900, addressing German troops departing to help suppress the Boxer Rebellion, an anti-foreign uprising then threatening foreign legations and foreign nationals across northern China, in which Wilhelm instructed his own soldiers to give no quarter and take no prisoners, comparing them explicitly to the Huns under Attila, whose own name Wilhelm declared with evident approval, still made people tremble 1,000 years later, and expressing the wish that German troops would leave a similarly fearsome name behind them in China. It is hard not to notice the genuinely bitter irony history went on to make of that same speech, because British and French wartime propaganda, once the war this evening has spent so long describing actually began in 1914, seized on Wilhelm's own Bremerhaven remarks, and revived the word Hun as the standard Allied slur for German soldiers throughout the whole of the First World War. A label that stuck so thoroughly in the English-speaking world's own popular memory that it would go on to be applied, a generation later, to German soldiers of an entirely different war as well, a linguistic afterlife Wilhelm himself, boasting to a crowd of departing soldiers about striking fear into distant foreigners, could scarcely have imagined he was actually setting in motion. Edward the Caresser and the encirclement Germany was increasingly convinced it was suffering. It is worth naming too the specific diplomatic figure whose own personal charm did more than perhaps any single German naval bill to convince Berlin that the whole of Europe was being deliberately organised against it. Because Edward VII, who succeeded his own mother Victoria to the British throne in 1901 and who had, as this evening has already described, spent decades cultivating a personal rivalry and a personal dislike of his own nephew Wilhelm, proved, once actually king, to possess a genuine gift for the kind of informal, socially oiled diplomacy that a nickname coined by an admiring French press, Edward the Caresser, captured with real, if slightly mocking accuracy. Edward's own state visit to Paris in 1903, undertaken at a moment when Anglo-French relations still carried real residual bitterness from decades of colonial rivalry in Africa, helped smooth the diplomatic ground for the Entente Cordiale concluded the following year, and his own subsequent visits to Italy, to Scandinavia, and to Russia, where his own personal intervention helped ease the way toward the Anglo-Russian Convention of 1907, settling long-standing disputes over Persia and Afghanistan, gave Wilhelm and the German Foreign Ministry a genuine and not entirely paranoid impression that Britain's own king was personally touring the courts of Europe, assembling a coalition specifically aimed at containing Germany, an impression German newspapers of the period discussed openly and with real alarm as a policy of encirclement, even though British officials and Edward himself generally maintained, with at least partial sincerity, that each individual agreement had been negotiated to settle its own specific bilateral dispute, rather than as part of any deliberately anti-German master plan. A genuine ambiguity about intention that both sides, for their own reasons, found considerably more useful to leave unresolved than to actually clarify. Invasion novels, spy fever, and a canal widened just in time. It is worth naming briefly, and with a certain wry attention, the specific and genuinely widespread popular culture this same rivalry produced on the British side of the North Sea, because the anxiety this evening has mostly described operating at the level of cabinets, and naval budgets also seeped, across these same years, into the ordinary imaginative life of British readers in a manner well worth pausing on. Erskine Childers published in 1903 a novel called The Riddle of the Sands, describing two amateur English yachtsmen who stumble across evidence of a secret German plan to invade Britain across the North Sea, a book that sold remarkably well and that several British naval officers later credited with genuinely influencing official thinking about coastal defence, while the journalist William Le Queux followed in 1906 with an even more sensational novel called The Invasion of 1910, serialised first in the mass circulation Daily Mail. whose own proprietor reportedly insisted that the fictional German invasion route be adjusted to pass through as many towns with Daily Mail readers as commercially possible. A novel that provoked a genuine wave of public anxiety about German spies operating undetected across the length of Britain, feeding a spy fever that produced hundreds of breathless newspaper reports of suspicious German-accented strangers sketching harbour defences, the great majority of them, on any actual investigation, entirely innocent but rendered plausible enough by a decade of naval race headlines and Kruger telegram memories, that a great many ordinary British readers had come to accept a German invasion as a genuine and immediate possibility rather than mere sensational fiction. It is worth naming too one small but genuinely telling piece of German infrastructure this same rivalry helped shape, because the Kiel Canal, connecting the North Sea to the Baltic and allowing German warships to move between the two without the lengthy and exposed voyage around Denmark, had to be substantially widened and deepened at very considerable expense, specifically to accommodate the larger dreadnought-class battleships Tirpitz's own building programme had produced after 1906, an engineering project completed, with a timing historians have often noted as genuinely and uncomfortably precise, in June of 1914, mere weeks before the assassination at Sarajevo, so that the Canal Germany had spent 8 years and enormous sums widening for exactly this purpose, was ready for full battle, fleet transit in the very month the crisis that would actually require it began to unfold. An election fought over dead colonists, and a chancellor who briefly needed one. It is worth naming, briefly, the specific and rather uncomfortable way German domestic politics actually metabolized the war. This evening has already described being waged against the Herero and Nama peoples, because the connection between colonial violence abroad and parliamentary manoeuvring at home was, in this particular case, considerably more direct than such connections usually are. Bülow, by 1906 serving as German Chancellor, found his own government's colonial budget, including the funds needed to continue the campaign in southwest Africa, blocked in the Reichstag by an unusual coalition of the Catholic Centre Party, uneasy about reports of the campaign's brutality reaching Germany through missionary correspondence, and the Social Democrats, who oppose colonial spending on principle, and Bülow responded by dissolving the Reichstag entirely and calling a snap election in January of 1907, fought explicitly through a nationalist and openly racialized campaign of government-sponsored propaganda on the question of whether Germany would abandon its own soldiers and its own colonial destiny to appease what the government's own campaign literature characterized as unpatriotic obstruction, an election that came to be known, from the recent and ongoing war against the Nama people specifically, as the Hottentot election, a slur German colonial vocabulary of the period applied to the Nama, and that produced a decisive victory for Bülow's own nationalist coalition, a result that secured the colonial war's continued funding, and that demonstrated, with real clarity, exactly how thoroughly the nationalist and colonial enthusiasm this evening's earlier hours described building since the 1880s had come to dominate German electoral politics by the century's first decade, strong enough to defeat, even after credible reports of mass killing had already reached the German public, any serious parliamentary challenge to the policy producing it. We are Germans mad, mad, mad about the English. It is worth turning now to this single episode that came closest, of anything short of the war itself, to actually ending Wilhelm's own reign nearly a decade before the abdication this evening has already described, because it reveals, in Wilhelm's own words rather than in any historian's later reconstruction, exactly the tangled and genuinely self-defeating psychology this whole evening has been trying to describe from the very first scene at Cowes. In October of 1908, the British newspaper The Daily Telegraph published a lengthy interview with Wilhelm, conducted during a private visit to England and intended, in Wilhelm's own mind, to improve Anglo-German relations by demonstrating his own personal warmth toward Britain, in which the emperor, speaking with the kind of unguarded and impulsive candour that had alarmed his own advisers on countless previous occasions, declared that a majority of Germans were hostile to England, but that he personally was not, that he had in fact personally intervened during the Boer War to prevent a coalition of European powers from combining against Britain, and that he had personally supplied the British High Command with the specific military plan that had eventually secured British victory in South Africa. A series of claims so wildly indiscreet, so likely to be false in their specific details, and so certain to offend virtually every audience that read them. The German nationalist public, who resented any suggestion their own emperor had secretly favoured Britain during the Boer War, the British public, who found his claims of secretly authoring their own military strategy both implausible and condescending, and Wilhelm's own government, which had not been shown the interview's contents before publication, and was left to manage the diplomatic fallout with no advance warning whatsoever, that the whole affair produced a genuine and extremely serious domestic political crisis inside Germany itself. It is hard not to notice how close that same crisis actually came to costing Wilhelm his throne, because the German press across nearly every political faction erupted in open fury at an emperor who had, once again, spoken utterly without consulting his own government, and had, in the process, managed to embarrass Germany internationally while simultaneously handing German nationalist newspapers fresh evidence of exactly the impulsive, uncontrolled personal rule a growing number of German parliamentarians and even a number of Wilhelm's own senior military and civilian advisers had spent 2 decades privately worrying about. The Reichstag debating the affair with a bluntness about the emperor's own personal fitness for rule that would have been unthinkable only a few years earlier, and Bülow himself, who had in fact reviewed and approved the interview, transcript before publication, but who now found it politically convenient to imply to the Reichstag that he had not been properly consulted, surviving the crisis at the direct cost of his own emperor's public humiliation, a betrayal Wilhelm never fully forgave, and that led, within the year, to Bülow's own dismissal from the chancellorship. Wilhelm himself, genuinely shaken by the scale of the public reaction, retreated for a period into a kind of chastened silence, reportedly suffering what several accounts describe as a genuine nervous collapse in the weeks following the affair, and while he never again gave quite so unguarded an interview. The underlying pattern the Daily Telegraph affair exposed so nakedly, an emperor whose own genuine, complicated, and never fully resolved feelings about England kept surfacing in exactly the impulsive, undisciplined, and ultimately self-defeating ways, this whole evening has traced back to a withered arm and a disappointed mother, remained essentially unchanged for the whole of the 6 remaining years before the war finally arrived. 9 kings on horseback, and the last time Europe's royal families gathered as one family. It is worth pausing briefly on a single photograph, because it captures, better than almost any other surviving image from this whole period, exactly how small and exactly how intermarried the world of European royalty actually still was, even as the empires beneath those same royal families prepared for a war that would sweep nearly all of them away. Edward VII died in May of 1910, and his own funeral in London drew, in a single procession, that the surviving photograph has made one of the most widely reproduced images of the whole era. 9 reigning European monarchs riding together on horseback, behind the coffin of a king a great many of them were related to by blood or by marriage. Wilhelm himself riding prominently near the front despite the genuine personal animosity that had defined his own relationship with his uncle for the better part of 2 decades. A gesture of family solidarity that struck a number of contemporary observers as genuinely moving, even as it sat. With an irony history would only make clear in retrospect, alongside the accelerating naval race and the still unresolved Moroccan tensions that would erupt into a second and more serious crisis at Agadir barely more than a year later. It is worth naming plainly that of the 9 kings photographed together that day, several would lose their own thrones entirely within less than a decade. Casualties, in their own way, of exactly the war this same tangled royal family would soon find itself unable to prevent. And it is worth sitting, honestly, with how strange and how genuinely sobering it is to look at that same photograph now. A room full of cousins and in-laws posing for a single formal portrait, and to know, as none of them yet did, how completely the world their own families had ruled for generations was about to come apart around every one of them, walking back through the whole of it once more before we let it go. It is worth gathering up now, in a single unhurried pass, the whole shape of the story this long night has walked you through, because a night this long deserves one last look at how all its own separate pieces actually fit together. It began with the young emperor's own wounded pride at losing a yacht race to his own English uncle, a small and almost comic humiliation that this evening has asked you to take seriously precisely because Wilhelm himself took it so seriously, channeling that same private wound across the following 3 decades into Tirpitz's patient battleship diplomacy, into Bülow's demand for a place in the sun, into a Kruger telegram that first taught the British public to distrust him personally, and into a Daily Telegraph interview that revealed, in his own unguarded words, exactly how unresolved his own feelings about his mother's homeland had remained the whole time. It moved through a chancellor, Bismarck, who had built an entire careful system of continental restraint, specifically to avoid provoking Britain at all, and through that same system's collapse within 2 years of his own dismissal, opening the door to a Franco-Russian alliance he had spent his whole career preventing. It walked through a colonial empire acquired almost by accident and expanded, in its one substantial African territory, through a campaign of deliberate extermination this evening refused to soften on Germany's own behalf, and through 2 Moroccan crises that taught Britain and France to trust each other considerably more than either trusted Berlin. It built, alongside all of this, a navy race that bent the domestic politics of both nations around it, that produced a diplomatic mission genuinely trying and genuinely failing to talk the whole thing back from the brink, and that finally produced, out of a single assassination, in a city few of the men actually making the decisions that followed could have found on an unlabelled map, a blank check, a rigid war plan, an invasion of a small neutral country, and a war that 3 first cousins, writing to each other in the same warm English of a shared family holiday, each seemed to have genuinely wanted to avoid, and none of them, in the end, actually managed to stop. What a mirror actually shows you, if you stand in front of it long enough. It is worth naming one final time the plain and rather sobering truth this whole long story keeps circling back toward. Because it is easy, telling a story this dense with treaties and battleships and Latin names for historical doctrines, to lose sight of the considerably simpler thing actually driving it, an anxious young nation looking at an older, richer, more secure one, and mistaking envy again and again for a problem that more ships, more colonies, and more provocation could actually solve. Britain never lost a single decisive battle to the empire it spent 30 years worrying about, and Germany never actually achieved the place at the table it spent 30 years so expensively demanding. And it is worth sitting gently in these final quiet minutes with how much of the entire catastrophe traces back not to any single unavoidable clash of genuine interests, but to the considerably more ordinary and considerably more universal experience of feeling looked down upon by someone richer and more comfortable than you, and choosing again and again at every single opportunity across 3 long decades to answer that feeling with a bigger gesture rather than a quieter conversation, a mistake that cost, in the end, a great deal more than any single yacht race, any single colony, or any single wounded royal pride was ever actually worth. Counting what this rivalry actually cost, once the guns finally fell silent. Nobody, in any single accounting this evening, has been able to locate, ever produced one clean, agreed, final number for what the war this whole 30-year rivalry eventually produced actually cost in human lives. And it is worth sitting with that same uncertainty honestly, rather than pretending a tidier arithmetic exists than actually does. The most careful modern estimates place total military deaths across all the powers involved somewhere in the range of 9 to 10 million men, a figure that includes something over 2 million German dead and considerably more than 700,000 British and Irish dead, numbers that do not, on their own, include the estimated 6 million or more civilian deaths the war produced through the blockade this evening as already described, through disease, through the Armenian genocide carried out by Germany's own Ottoman ally under cover of the wider conflict, and through a global influenza pandemic that spread, in no small part, along exactly the crowded troop transport and hospital networks the war itself had built, killing tens of millions more worldwide in the 2 years immediately following the armistice. It is worth naming too, plainly, the specific and still frequently overlooked colonial dead this same reckoning ought to include, because well over 1 million Indian soldiers served in a war their own country had no independent voice in declaring, tens of thousands of them dying on battlefields from France to Mesopotamia to German East Africa, and the hundreds of thousands of African porters and carriers conscripted by both British and German colonial administrations to haul supplies across terrain no motor vehicle of the period could cross, whose own deaths from disease, exhaustion and outright neglect were recorded, in the great majority of cases, so incompletely by the colonial administrations responsible for them that historians today can offer only rough and probably conservative estimates, rather than any genuine count, a final and rather bitter echo of the same pattern. This evening's earlier hours already described in southwest Africa, where the people who actually paid the cost of a place in the sun were, time and again, the people whose own deaths the powers competing for that place in the sun were least careful to actually record, whose ledger this rivalry was actually settled on. It is worth naming too, honestly, exactly whose lives this whole contest for global standing was actually paid for with, because the men who conceived of Weltpolitik, who drafted the Schlieffen Plan, who signed the blank cheque to Austria-Hungary, and who ordered the High Seas Fleet to sea for one final glorious death, were overwhelmingly aristocrats, admirals and monarchs who did not themselves, in the great majority of cases, share the actual physical risk their decisions imposed on considerably poorer and considerably less powerful men. Prussian Junker officers commanding infantry regiments, largely conscripted from peasant villages and industrial slums. Neither Wilhelm nor Bülow nor Tirpitz had any close or sustained personal contact with. British aristocratic and upper-middle-class officers leading working-class volunteers and, from 1916 onward, conscripts drawn from mills and coal pits and city tenements, a great many of Britain's own ruling class had never actually set foot inside. It is worth naming honestly that this same imbalance was never absolute, that a great many aristocratic officers on both sides died alongside the men they commanded, in numbers that surprised observers at the time, the British officer corps in particular suffering a proportionally higher casualty rate than the enlisted ranks it led across the war's early years. But it is worth naming just as honestly that the fundamental decisions setting this whole catastrophe in motion, the naval budgets, the colonial ultimatums, the mobilization orders, were made almost entirely by men insulated, by rank and by birth, from the specific and immediate physical consequences those same decisions would go on to inflict on millions of considerably more ordinary lives. How much of this was ever actually chosen, and how much was simply allowed to happen? It is worth pausing in these final quiet minutes on the specific and genuinely uncomfortable question of how much of this whole catastrophe was actually the product of deliberate choice at any single moment, and how much was instead the accumulated result of nobody, at any specific juncture, quite finding the will to choose differently. Friedrich's own death from a treatable-seeming illness in 1888, at the exact moment a genuinely more Anglophile and genuinely more liberal emperor might have begun steering German policy in a different direction, was pure biological chance, unrelated to any decision anyone actually made. The specific and famous near miss on the morning of the Sarajevo assassination itself, when Franz Ferdinand's driver, having taken a wrong turn onto a street the royal party was not supposed to travel down at all, happened to stall the Archduke's own car directly in front of the exact spot where a discouraged and already failed Gavrilo Princip happened to be standing, having given up on the original assassination attempt only minutes earlier, was chance of a kind so precise that a great many historians since have found it almost impossible to write about without lapsing into language of fate the rest of their own analysis studiously avoids. And yet it is worth naming, honestly, that a great deal of what followed was not chance at all, but specific, documented, and in several cases genuinely deliberate choice. Wilhelm's own choice to extend an unconditional blank cheque without first demanding to see Austria-Hungary's actual ultimatum, the German General Staff's own choice to build a war plan whose rigid inflexibility left no genuine room for last-minute diplomacy. And it is this same tangled mixture of pure accident and genuine documented decision, no single one of them individually sufficient to cause a world war on its own, that this evening has tried to hold in view, rather than collapse into the more comfortable but considerably less honest story of a single villain making a single fatal choice. What became of the men whose own decisions this evening has spent so long describing? It is worth closing out the specific human thread of this story by naming briefly what actually happened to the men whose choices this evening has walked you through, because their own post-war lives offer a final, quiet coda to the whole preceding drama. Tirpitz, dismissed from the Naval Office in 1916 after losing an internal political battle over the pace of unrestricted submarine warfare, spent his own remaining years in right-wing German nationalist politics, eventually serving briefly in the Reichstag, and died in 1930 without ever publicly expressing serious doubt about the fundamental wisdom of the fleet he had spent 2 decades building. Bethmann Hollweg, the Chancellor who had extended the blank cheque and who reportedly remarked, in the war's opening days, that events had now gone beyond human control, a fatalistic image of dice rolling of their own accord that historians have quoted ever since as a kind of epitaph for the whole July crisis, was forced from office in 1917 amid mounting criticism from the German military establishment, and died in 1921 having written, in his own post-war reflections, a considerably more candid acknowledgement of German responsibility for the war's outbreak than most of his own contemporaries were ever willing to offer. Bülow, dismissed after the Daily Telegraph affair had made his own political survival impossible without sacrificing his emperor's dignity, lived until 1929, producing memoirs notable, as this evening has already mentioned, considerably more for their own self-justification than for any genuine reckoning with his own role in cultivating the nationalist enthusiasm that had made Weltpolitik so politically unstoppable in the first place. Jellicoe, who commanded the British fleet at Jutland, and who was privately criticised by some of his own more aggressive subordinates for excessive caution in the battle's final hours, went on to a distinguished post-war career, including a term as Governor-General of New Zealand, while Reuter, who scuttled the German fleet at Scapa Flow, returned to Germany to a hero's welcome from a nationalist public that regarded his own act of unauthorised destruction as the single most honourable gesture to emerge from an otherwise humiliating defeat, living out his own remaining years as a celebrated, if professionally sidelined, symbol of a navy that had chosen, in the end, to answer 30 years of rivalry, not with a final victory, but with a single unmistakable refusal to be humiliated on someone else's terms. Two navies, and the arithmetic Britain had lived by for a century before Germany ever threatened to break it. It is worth naming, before this evening lets the naval story go entirely, the specific doctrine that had governed British naval planning for the whole of the preceding century, and that Germany's own rise was the first serious challenge to actually threaten, because understanding that doctrine explains just how existentially the British Admiralty genuinely experienced the naval race this evening has spent so many of its own hours describing. Britain had maintained, since a formal parliamentary resolution in 1889, an unwritten but rigorously observed principle known as the two-power standard, holding that the Royal Navy ought to remain at minimum equal in strength to the combined battle fleets of the next two largest naval powers on Earth, whichever two those happened to be at any given moment, a doctrine that had, for the whole of the 19th century, proven comfortably achievable against a France and Russia whose own naval ambitions never approached Britain's own industrial capacity to build ships. Germany's naval programme, growing from a modest coastal force into the world's second-largest battle fleet within barely 15 years, was the first challenge in living memory to threaten that same comfortable arithmetic directly, since a German fleet approaching parity with France's own navy meant Britain would need to outbuild Germany and France and Russia simultaneously merely to preserve a standard the Admiralty had never previously had to strain to maintain, a shift that explains, better than any single crisis or any single provocative speech, why British naval planners treated Tirpitz's own building programme with a gravity that went well beyond ordinary diplomatic irritation, since it threatened, for the first time in living memory, the basic mathematical foundation on which Britain's entire claim to unchallenged global naval supremacy actually rested: each other's best customer, even while each side prepared to sink the other's ships. It is worth naming too, honestly, one final and genuinely striking irony this whole rivalry contained, because it complicates any simple story of two nations sliding inevitably toward a war neither side's own economic interests could possibly have wanted. By 1913, on the very eve of the war this evening has spent so long describing the two countries building toward, Germany was Britain's second largest single trading partner in the entire world, behind only the United States, and Britain was, in turn, Germany's own largest single trading partner. The two economies bound together by an annual volume of trade in manufactured goods, coal, machinery and financial services that ran into hundreds of millions of pounds, and that a great many serious economists and public intellectuals of the period, most famously the British writer Norman Angell in his widely read 1910 book The Great Illusion, pointed to as concrete proof that a major war between such deeply interdependent industrial economies would be so mutually ruinous, so certain to destroy the very trade and finance networks each side actually depended on for its own prosperity, that no rational government could possibly choose to start one, an argument that persuaded a great many thoughtful readers across Europe in the years just before 1914, and that the war itself, arriving anyway barely 4 years after Angell's book appeared, proved devastatingly and permanently wrong, a sobering reminder that economic interdependence, whatever its own genuine power to raise the cost of war, has never yet, on its own, proven sufficient to actually prevent one when enough other pressures point in its favour at the same time. The morning the sea itself seemed to exhale one last time, it is worth returning in these final quiet minutes to the specific and genuinely vivid scene of that same fleet scuttling at Scapa Flow this evening has already described in outline, because the sensory particulars of that single morning capture something the bare sequence of events alone cannot. Witnesses aboard the handful of British schoolchildren's excursion boats that happened to be touring the anchorage that same day, along with the astonished British Guard crews themselves, described a strange and almost eerie quiet in the hours before the scuttling actually began. The great grey hulls of the German fleet sitting motionless at anchor under a mild Scottish summer sky. Gulls wheeling overhead in numbers several accounts specifically remark on. Before, at a prearranged signal from Reuter's own flagship, German sailors across all 70 vessels began simultaneously opening valves and smashing internal pipework, and the fleet began, ship by ship across the following several hours, to list, to settle, and finally to roll and disappear beneath the water. Several crews reported by eyewitnesses to have mustered on deck and sung, as their own ships went down beneath them, a final defiant chorus of Deutschland über alles, the German national anthem, even as British motor launches raced between the sinking hulls attempting, with only partial success, to board and beach as many ships as could still be saved. It is worth naming, honestly, that the sound those witnesses actually remembered afterward was not any single dramatic explosion, but a slow, continuous groaning of stressed steel and rushing water, an entire navy's worth of rivets and bulkheads failing gradually rather than all at once, a sound one British officer present that day described, in his own later account, as unlike anything he had ever heard before or expected to hear again, the specific, unmistakable sound of an empire's own life's work choosing, quite deliberately, to end itself. The ambassador nobody in Berlin actually wanted to hear from. It is worth naming, before this evening turned fully toward its own close, one further and genuinely tragic figure this whole story has not yet properly introduced, because his own experience captures, in miniature, exactly how completely the more reasonable and more moderate voices inside Germany's own foreign policy establishment had been sidelined by the time the crisis of 1914 actually arrived. Prince Karl Max von Lichnowsky, appointed German ambassador to London in 1912, arrived at his own post genuinely committed to improving Anglo-German relations, cultivated close, and by most accounts genuinely warm personal friendships with senior figures in the British Foreign Office, and spent his own 2 years in London sending back to Berlin a long and increasingly urgent series of dispatches warning that Britain would almost certainly intervene if Germany invaded Belgium, and pleading, in the crisis's final desperate days of late July and early August 1914, for his own government to accept British proposals for mediation rather than proceed toward a war Lichnowsky believed, correctly, that Britain could not and would not stay out of. His own warnings were received in Berlin by a foreign ministry and a military establishment already committed to the Schlieffen Plan's own rigid timetable. With something close to open irritation, several of his own dispatches dismissed by German officials as the product of an ambassador who had, in the unflattering language a number of his own colleagues used privately, gone native among the very English aristocrats he was supposed to be reporting on rather than befriending. What became of Lichnowsky, once the war he had tried so hard to prevent had actually run its full course, deserves telling too, because his own post-war conduct reveals a rare and genuinely costly personal honesty almost nobody else at the top of German wartime leadership was willing to match. Lichnowsky wrote in 1916 a private memorandum for limited circulation among trusted colleagues, later published without his own permission under the title My London Mission, in which he stated plainly that Germany bore substantial responsibility for the war's outbreak, that his own government had rejected genuine British offers of mediation, and that the whole catastrophe had been, in his own considered judgment as the man who'd watched it unfold from the closest possible vantage point, a preventable tragedy, rather than an unavoidable clash of genuinely irreconcilable interests. The memorandum's unauthorised publication in 1918 provoked a furious backlash from German nationalist opinion, which regarded Lichnowsky's own candour as an act of near-treasonous disloyalty at a moment when Germany was still fighting for its own survival, and he was formally expelled from the Prussian House of Lords as punishment for a document that, in the considerably calmer judgment of most historians writing in the century since, has held up as one of the more genuinely honest first-hand accounts left behind by anyone who actually stood close enough to the crisis of 1914 to watch its individual decisions being made. A garrison town in Alsace, and the moment the army openly overruled its own parliament. It is worth naming briefly one further domestic episode from the year immediately preceding the war, because it illustrates, with unusual clarity, exactly how far the balance of power inside Germany's own constitutional system had tilted toward its military establishment, and away from any genuine civilian check on that establishment's own conduct. In November of 1913, in the garrison town of Zabern in German-annexed Alsace, a young German lieutenant made a series of contemptuous public remarks about the local Alsatian population, provoking street protests that a German military commander then answered by having troops arrest dozens of civilians without any legal authority whatsoever, and confine them overnight in a military riding hall, an action so plainly beyond the army's own lawful authority that the Reichstag, in a genuinely rare display of unified parliamentary anger spanning nearly every political party, passed a formal vote of no confidence in the German Chancellor's handling of the affair by an overwhelming margin. It is worth naming, plainly, what that same overwhelming vote actually accomplished, because the answer reveals everything about where genuine power inside the German Empire's own constitutional structure actually resided, since the vote of no confidence, however decisive, carried no binding constitutional force at all under Germany's own imperial system, the Chancellor remaining answerable to the Emperor rather than to the Reichstag, and Bethmann Hollweg accordingly remained in office entirely unaffected. The military officers responsible for the Zabern arrests received only token disciplinary consequences, and the whole affair demonstrated less than a year before the crisis of 1914 would demand exactly the kind of careful civilian oversight of military decision-making the Zabern affair had just shown to be essentially non-existent, that Germany's own soldiers answered, in any confrontation with elected civilian authority, to nobody but the Emperor and their own military hierarchy, a patchwork empire that needed a war considerably more than Germany did. It is worth pausing too on the specific internal fragility of Germany's own principal ally, because Austria-Hungary's own eagerness for a punitive war against Serbia in 1914 makes considerably more sense once its own precarious internal condition is properly understood. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, ruled since 1848 by the aging Emperor Franz Joseph, governed a population of some 50 million people, divided among at least 11 major linguistic and ethnic groups: Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Poles, Ruthenians, Romanians, Croats, Serbs, Slovenes, Italians, and Bosnian Muslims among them, held together by an elaborate constitutional compromise between its own Austrian and Hungarian halves, and by a shared loyalty to the person of the Emperor himself rather than by any genuine shared national identity, a structural fragility that a rising tide of Serbian nationalism, actively encouraging the Empire's own substantial South Slav population to imagine a future outside Habsburg rule entirely, threatened in a manner Austro-Hungarian officials genuinely believed could unravel the entire multi-ethnic edifice if left unanswered. It is worth naming, honestly, that this same genuine existential anxiety helps explain, without in any way excusing, Vienna's own reckless eagerness to convert a single assassination into a general war, since Austro-Hungarian officials who pressed hardest for war in July of 1914 did so in the sincere, if catastrophically miscalculated, belief that a swift and decisive punishment of Serbia represented the Empire's own last realistic chance to demonstrate its continued vitality before the nationalist pressures already straining its own internal seams grew too strong to contain by any means at all. An empire, in other words, that gambled its own survival on a war intended to prevent its collapse, and that succeeded, in the event, only in guaranteeing that same collapse considerably sooner and considerably more completely than continued peace ever would have. A war fought in newsprint years before it was fought with rifles. It is worth naming, in rather more specific detail than this evening has offered so far, exactly how thoroughly the popular press on both sides of the North Sea had already conscripted itself into this same rivalry long before any actual declaration of war made that conscription official. The Navy League this evening has already described Tirpitz cultivating grew, by 1914, into an organisation claiming over 1 million members and publishing its own widely circulated periodical Die Flotte, filled with stirring illustrations of German battleships and increasingly alarmist warnings about British encirclement, while the mass circulation Kölnische Zeitung and a great many other German regional papers ran regular columns translating and amplifying the more hawkish pronouncements of the British press, specifically to demonstrate to German readers exactly how hostile British opinion toward Germany had supposedly become. The British press, for its own part, proved every bit as willing to stoke the same fire, the Daily Mail under Lord Northcliffe running a sustained editorial campaign for naval expansion throughout the 1900s that historians have credited with genuinely shifting public opinion during the We Want 8 agitation this evening, has already described, while satirical magazines on both sides of the channel, Punch in Britain and Simplicissimus and Kladderadatsch in Germany, produced a steady stream of cartoons depicting the other nation's own emperor or prime minister as a scheming, untrustworthy figure, a visual shorthand that reached considerably larger audiences in an age before mass literacy had fully caught up with mass printing than any formal diplomatic communique ever could. It is worth naming, honestly, that this same press war did not on its own cause the eventual military conflict, but it did something arguably just as consequential, manufacturing, across nearly 2 decades of cartoons and editorials and alarmist naval statistics reprinted out of context, a settled public expectation on both sides that conflict between Germany and Britain was not merely possible, but likely, an expectation that made the actual governments of both countries considerably less politically free by 1914 to seek the kind of quiet compromise that might have kept the Sarajevo crisis contained to the Balkans, since a public already primed by 15 years of naval scoremongering was in no mood, on either side of the North Sea, to reward a government that appeared to back down. A myth invented at the exact moment the mutiny this evening already described was still fresh in living memory. It is worth naming, finally, one further piece of dishonest storytelling this evening is not going to let stand unchallenged, because it grew directly out of the same Kiel mutiny and revolutionary collapse this evening has already walked you through, and because refusing to name it plainly would leave you with an incomplete understanding of what actually happened to Germany in the years immediately following its own defeat. Within months of the armistice, German nationalist politicians and a number of the very military commanders who had themselves presided over the collapse of 1918, Field Marshal Paul von Hindenburg, prominent among them, began promoting an account of the war's end holding that the German army had never actually been defeated on the battlefield at all, but had instead been stabbed in the back by disloyal civilians, socialists, and, in the increasingly explicit anti-Semitic version the story acquired across the 1920s by Jewish conspirators supposedly working to undermine the war effort from within, a legend that came to be known as the Dolchstoßlegende, the stab-in-the-back myth. It is worth naming, plainly and with the full weight of the evidence this evening has already laid out across its own preceding hours, that this same myth was, from its very first telling, a deliberate and self-serving fiction, because the German army's own Supreme Command had itself concluded, well before the Kiel Mutiny even began, that the war was militarily lost, Erich Ludendorff himself informing the German government in late September of 1918, weeks before any sailor at Kiel had refused a single order, that an armistice needed to be sought immediately because the front could no longer be held. A private military assessment the same Ludendorff would spend the rest of his own post-war life conveniently omitting from his own increasingly nationalist retelling of events. It is worth naming, too, exactly why this same, demonstrably false myth nonetheless took such powerful root in German political life across the 1920s, because understanding its appeal matters considerably more than simply cataloguing its dishonesty. A defeat blamed on treacherous civilians back home allowed a German public exhausted, humiliated and impoverished by the Versailles settlement to avoid confronting the considerably more painful truth that the war had been lost through decisions its own emperor, its own general staff and its own naval command had made across the preceding 4 years, and it gave a resurgent German nationalist movement, one that would culminate within little more than a decade in the Nazi seizure of power, a ready-made narrative of betrayal and restored national honour to build an entire political programme around. A programme that would go on, this evening is not going to pretend otherwise, to produce a second and even more catastrophic war within a single human generation of the first one this whole long night has just walked you through. It is worth closing this specific thread by naming plainly that the same channel that has tried, across the whole of tonight's long story, to hold both hands open at once, to weigh genuine German grievance against genuine German recklessness, has no interest in extending that same fairness to a myth, invented specifically to hide the truth from the very people who had already sacrificed the most for a war their own leaders had, by their own private admission, already recognised as lost. Diamonds found in the sand only a few years after the sand had finished swallowing a people. It is worth returning, one final time, to the specific stretch of southwest African desert. This evening has already asked you to sit with honestly, because the region's own subsequent history added a bitter final irony that the German colonial administration of the time seems to have felt no particular need to reflect on. In 1908, barely 3 years after General von Trotha's own extermination campaign had driven the surviving Herero into the waterless Omaheke and interned the Nema in camps at Shark Island, a railway worker named Zacharias Levala discovered diamonds in the sand near the coastal town of Luderitz, a find that triggered an immediate and enormously lucrative diamond rush. German mining companies moving quickly to claim and fence off vast stretches of the same coastline, employing, in a detail historians of the colony have found particularly difficult to read past without pausing, forced and semi-forced African labour, including surviving Herero and Nama workers with essentially no other means of subsistence left to them after the destruction of their own cattle herds and grazing lands, to extract from the ground the very wealth that a colonial administration had spent the preceding decade insisting the territory did not yet possess enough of to justify treating its original inhabitants as anything other than an obstacle to be cleared. The lamps going out, and a foreign secretary who knew exactly what he was watching. It is worth pausing in these final approaching minutes on one specific and now justly famous sentence spoken in London on the very evening war finally arrived, because it captures, better than any of the diplomatic cables or mobilization telegrams this evening has already quoted, the genuine and considered sense of civilizational loss that at least some of the men actually present at the crisis's end felt as it was actually happening around them. Sir Edward Grey, Britain's own Foreign Secretary throughout nearly the whole of the decade this evening, has spent describing stood at a window of the Foreign Office on the evening of the 3rd of August 1914, watching the street lamps below being lit for the evening as they were every night, and remarked to a friend present with him, in a sentence that has been quoted in nearly every serious history of the war's outbreak written since, that the lamps were going out all over Europe, and that he did not believe they would see them lit again in his own lifetime. Grey, who had spent years trying through the Haldane mission and through countless smaller diplomatic overtures this evening, has not had time to individually name, to find some accommodation that might have kept the naval race from ever curdling into an actual war, watched that same evening the final confirmation that every one of those efforts had failed. And it is worth naming, honestly, how completely correct his own quiet, unshowy prediction turned out to be, since the Europe of monarchs and empires that existed on the 2nd of August 1914, the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, and in its own more gradual and less total way the British Empire itself, would none of them survive the following decade in anything resembling the form Grey had spent his own career trying to preserve. What the Empire's own colonial soldiers actually thought they were fighting for. It is worth naming, honestly, one final piece of the ledger this evening has already opened once, because the British Empire's own reliance on the men and resources of its colonised territories to actually win the war deserves to be named with the same clear eye this evening as already turned on Germany's own colonial record. More than 1 million Indian soldiers served overseas during the war, fighting and dying on the Western Front in Mesopotamia and at Gallipoli, in a conflict whose own causes, rooted in a European naval and colonial rivalry this whole evening, has spent its length describing, had essentially nothing to do with any interest of their own, recruited by a colonial government in Delhi that had promised, in exchange for that same service, a meaningful expansion of Indian self-government that would, in the event, arrive only partially, slowly, and considerably later than the promises made during the war's darkest years had actually implied. Soldiers and labourers from across Britain's African colonies, from the Caribbean, and from Australia, New Zealand and Canada, whose own men fought and died at Gallipoli and on the Somme, in numbers that left a lasting and still commemorated mark on each of those countries' own national memory, filled out an imperial war effort that a purely British telling of the conflict has often minimised, and it is worth naming honestly that the empire Britain was defending in this war was not, any more than the place in the sun Germany had spent 30 years pursuing, a project every one of its own subjects had freely chosen to risk their lives for. A final piece of honest accounting that belongs, alongside everything this evening has already said about German colonial violence, in any complete reckoning of what an empire, any empire, actually asks of the people living furthest from the palace where the decisions about it get made. What still stands in Windhoek and in Berlin of all of this? It is worth naming briefly before this long story finally lets you go, what physical trace this whole 30-year rivalry and the war it produced has actually left behind in the present-day world you will wake up back into tomorrow. In Namibia, the streets of Windhoek and Lüderitz still carry German names, German colonial-era buildings, including a Lutheran church built in a distinctly Bavarian architectural style, still stand at the centre of towns whose own populations are still, in considerable part, descended from the Herero and Nema communities, this evening as described being nearly annihilated, and a modest memorial to German colonial soldiers stood, until Namibian authorities finally removed it in 2009. In a prominent position in central Windhoek for over a century, without any equivalent public memorial to the Herero and Nama dead ever having been erected by the same colonial and later independent administrations in all that time. In Germany itself, the Reichstag building this evening's own earlier hours have already described the emperor never fully trusting still stands in Berlin, rebuilt after later war damage and now housing Germany's own thoroughly democratic modern parliament, a building whose own history runs in an unbroken if badly scarred line from the empire this whole evening has described to the entirely different Germany that exists today. And it is worth naming, gently, that the very fact a modern, peaceful, democratic German state now sits at the heart of a European Union built explicitly to make the kind of catastrophe this evening has just described structurally impossible to repeat, is itself, in its own quiet way, the final and most hopeful piece of evidence available that even the most catastrophic accumulation of pride, fear and miscalculation this evening has spent so long describing need not be any nation's own permanent fate. The raiders, and the last places on earth still fighting the war, the fleets themselves barely touched. It is worth naming, before this evening lets the naval side of this whole rivalry go for good, the specific and considerably more colourful campaigns fought not by the great battle fleet sitting largely idle in the North Sea, but by a handful of individual German cruisers scattered at the war's outbreak across the far corners of an empire this evening has already described as thin, scattered, and largely indefensible in any conventional sense. The German light cruiser Emden, detached from the East Asia Squadron at the very start of the war, spent nearly 3 months operating alone in the Indian Ocean under the command of Karl von Müller, sinking or capturing more than 20 Allied merchant ships, shelling the oil storage tanks at Madras on the Indian coast, in a raid that briefly panicked British colonial administrators up and down the entire subcontinent and conducting the entire campaign by the testimony of captured Allied merchant crews the Emden treated with a scrupulous chivalry that became genuinely famous in its own time, without a single recorded civilian death among the ships it sank, before finally being cornered and destroyed by the Australian cruiser HMAS Sydney at the Cocos Islands in November of 1914, a single ship's campaign that had, for a few remarkable months, made the vast and confident British Empire genuinely anxious about the safety of its own Indian Ocean trade routes. There is a rather more tragic fate worth telling too, that of the larger East Asia squadron the Emden had detached from, because its own commander, Vice Admiral Maximilian von Spee, achieved in the war's opening months one of the only clear German naval victories of the entire conflict, destroying a British squadron under Admiral Christopher Cradock at the Battle of Coronel off the coast of Chile in November of 1914, a defeat serious enough that the British Admiralty dispatched 2 battle cruisers specifically to hunt Spee's own squadron down, and found him, within weeks, coaling at the Falkland Islands, where the considerably more powerful British ships caught and destroyed nearly the whole of Spee's own squadron on the 8th of December 1914, killing Spee himself along with both of his own sons, who had been serving as officers aboard 2 of the doomed German cruisers, a battle that effectively ended organised German surface naval activity outside home waters for the whole of the remaining war, and that stands, in its own quiet and rarely remembered way, as one of the more genuinely poignant human costs of a rivalry. This evening has otherwise spent so much of its own length describing in terms of tonnage figures and diplomatic cables rather than fathers and sons going down together on the same sinking ships. Camps built in South Africa first, and copied, this evening must honestly name, only a few years later. It is worth returning, briefly, to the Boer War this evening as already mentioned in passing during the Kruger telegram affair, because a fully honest accounting of the concentration camps this evening described Germany operating at Shark Island requires naming a considerably less comfortable piece of British history immediately beside it. Britain's own war against the Boer republics, fought from 1899 to 1902 in the same general region of southern Africa, saw British forces, under Lord Kitchener's own scorched earth policy against continued Boer guerrilla resistance, herd tens of thousands of Boer civilians, overwhelmingly women and children, along with a considerable number of black African labourers and farm workers, caught up in the same sweeps, into camps the British Army itself openly called concentration camps. A now infamous term this same war did as much as any other single conflict to introduce into the English language, where poor sanitation, inadequate food, and disease killed, by the most careful modern estimates, something in the range of 28,000 Boer civilians and a comparable or even greater number of black African internees, whose own deaths British wartime record-keeping documented with even less care than it gave the Boers. It is worth naming, honestly, that a British Liberal politician named Emily Hobhouse, visiting the camps in 1901 and publishing a detailed and damning report on the conditions she personally witnessed, provoked a genuine political scandal back in London and a formal government commission that led eventually to real improvements in camp administration before the war's end. A level of domestic accountability and free press scrutiny the German colonial administration in southwest Africa a few years later notably lacked. It is worth naming, too, with the same honesty, that German colonial officials planning the Shark Island camps were demonstrably aware of the British precedent in South Africa, and that the specific practice of mass civilian internment as a tool of counterinsurgency, whatever its own catastrophically lethal German implementation, did not originate in Berlin at all, a detail that in no way excuses what German administrators then did with the model, but that belongs, honestly, in any full accounting of where the era's colonial powers had already learned to treat entire civilian populations as a problem, to be managed through mass confinement rather than a people to be governed. Winston Churchill discovers oil, and very nearly loses the Dardanelles finding it. It is worth naming briefly one further British figure whose own early career sat closer to the centre of this whole naval rivalry than his own later and far more famous role in a second war against Germany might suggest. Winston Churchill, appointed First Lord of the Admiralty in 1911 at the young age of 36, inherited an ongoing naval race already running at full pace, and pushed it, if anything, further still, championing the conversion of the Royal Navy's newest battleships from coal to oil fuel, a decision that gave British ships a genuine speed and range advantage over their coal-burning German counterparts. But that also left Britain newly and permanently dependent on secure oil supplies from the Persian Gulf, tightening precisely the strategic anxiety over the region that this evening has already described the German Baghdad railway project stirring up in London years earlier. Churchill also pressed with real personal energy for the accelerated construction schedule that kept Britain comfortably ahead of Germany in the dreadnought race through the years immediately before the war, and it is worth naming, with a wry glance toward the considerably larger and more consequential role history had waiting for him a quarter-century later, that the same restless, technically curious temperament that made Churchill such an effective naval administrator in these years would also lead him, once the war he had helped arm Britain for had actually arrived, into backing the disastrous 1915 Gallipoli campaign against Germany's own Ottoman ally, a defeat serious enough to cost him his own position at the Admiralty entirely, and to send him, for a time, into the political wilderness he would not fully emerge from again until an even larger German challenge to Britain's own survival arrived at his own doorstep in 1940. Scientists who kept writing to each other even while their own government stopped speaking. It is worth naming briefly one final and rather more hopeful thread this evening has not yet had occasion to mention, because the rivalry between Germany and Britain was never quite so total that it managed to extinguish every form of genuine mutual respect between the two nations, even in the years of its own most heated naval and colonial competition. German universities throughout this entire period remained the acknowledged world leader in chemistry, physics and medical research, and a great many of Britain's own most ambitious young scientists well into the years just before the war, still travelled to study under German professors as a matter of course, while British and German scientific societies continued electing each other's leading figures to honorary membership and continued corresponding in journals and in private letters about laboratory findings in a tone of genuine professional warmth that survived, largely intact, right up until the war itself made such contact formally impossible. It is worth naming honestly that this same scientific cooperation collapsed almost entirely once the fighting actually began, German and British scientific academies on both sides publishing wartime manifestos denouncing the other nation's own intellectual culture in terms that would have struck either side as inconceivable only a few years earlier, and it is worth sitting briefly with what that same collapse suggests, that even the parts of two national cultures genuinely built on shared curiosity and mutual respect rather than on naval statistics or colonial grievance proved, in the end, no more resistant to the general poisoning of an entire relationship than anything else this evening has described. A reminder that a rivalry allowed to run far enough eventually claims territory nobody on either side actually wanted it to reach. A scandal in the Emperor's own inner circle, and one more reason nobody in Berlin fully trusted his judgment by the end. It is worth naming, finally, one further episode from Wilhelm's own court, because it adds one last piece to the psychological portrait this evening has spent so long assembling of an emperor whose own personal instability kept resurfacing at exactly the moments German foreign policy most needed a steady hand. Between 1907 and 1909, in a scandal that dominated German newspapers for the better part of 2 years, the journalist and publisher Maximilian Harden published a series of allegations accusing several of Wilhelm's own closest personal friends and advisers, Prince Philipp zu Eulenburg chief among them, of homosexual conduct then criminalised under German law, allegations that led to a sensational series of criminal libel trials, forced Eulenburg's own complete withdrawal from public life, and stripped Wilhelm, in the space of barely 2 years, of the small, intimate circle of personal confidants he had relied on for genuine private counsel for the whole of his own adult reign up to that point. It is worth naming, honestly, that historians examining the Eulenburg affair since have generally concluded that Harden's own underlying political motive was to weaken what he regarded as an unhealthy and insufficiently accountable personal clique surrounding the emperor, a goal the scandal's outcome did genuinely accomplish, but at the cost of leaving Wilhelm in the final and most dangerous decade of his own reign considerably more isolated, considerably more reliant on the formal military and diplomatic establishment this evening has already described operating with minimal civilian oversight and considerably less exposed to any private voice that might have gently, personally, and without political calculation ever actually challenged his own increasingly unchecked instincts. A scattering of Pacific islands divided between 2 empires and an ocean away. A third. It is worth naming briefly one further and considerably smaller colonial dispute this evening has not yet visited, because it shows how completely this same rivalry had, by the century's final years, extended even into the remotest corners of the Pacific Ocean. The Samoan Islands, governed under an awkward 3-way condominium arrangement between Germany, Britain and the United States since 1889, produced enough friction among the 3 competing colonial administrations and enough genuine local Samoan political turmoil that each power kept trying to exploit to its own advantage, that all 3 governments eventually agreed, in 1899, to abandon the arrangement entirely and simply divide the islands outright, Germany taking the larger western islands and the United States taking the smaller eastern group, while Britain, in exchange for stepping aside from Samoa altogether, received German concessions elsewhere in the Pacific and in West Africa, a tidy-looking settlement on paper that nonetheless left a small Pacific nation's own political future decided entirely by three distant governments who had spent the preceding decade treating Samoan internal politics as little more than a convenient pretext for advancing their own competing colonial ambitions, a pattern this evening's earlier hours have already shown you repeated at much greater and much bloodier scale in Morocco and in southwest Africa alike. A king who quietly renamed his own family because his own family's name had become a German problem. It is worth closing this whole long survey of the rivalry's stranger and more human corners with a final detail that brings the story back one more time to the tangled royal family this evening has kept returning to throughout, because it shows just how completely even the British monarchy itself felt compelled to scrub away its own very real German ancestry once the war had made that ancestry a genuine liability. Anti-German sentiment inside wartime Britain reached, by 1915, a pitch serious enough that mobs in London and other cities looted shops with German-sounding names, German nationals resident in Britain, bakers, waiters, musicians, and long-time shopkeepers who had lived peacefully in Britain for decades were interned en masse on the Isle of Man for the duration of the war, regardless of their own personal loyalties, and even Dachshunds, a breed popularly associated with Germany, were reportedly stoned in the streets by crowds whose own patriotic fervour had curdled into something considerably uglier than mere wartime caution. It is worth naming plainly that King George V's own royal house, the House of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, carried a name every bit as German as anything being smashed in London shop windows, a direct inheritance from his own great-grandfather Prince Albert, and that George, recognising with real political shrewdness exactly how untenable that same name had become, issued a royal proclamation in July of 1917, formally changing his own dynasty's name to the House of Windsor, a name deliberately chosen for its own reassuringly ancient and thoroughly English associations with Windsor Castle. While his own cousins in the extended royal family anglicised their own surnames in turn, Prince Louis of Battenberg, a serving officer in the Royal Navy, forced to resign amid the same anti-German suspicion, becoming Louis Mountbatten, a name his own descendants would carry forward for the rest of the 20th century, including a grandson who would go on to marry a young British princess and become, under the same anglicised name, the Duke of Edinburgh, a quiet and rarely remembered thread connecting the wounded royal cousin, whose own lost yacht race opened this whole evening's story all the way forward to the British royal family still reigning in the present day, a family that has spent more than a century now since a king first felt the need to rename it, gently declining to advertise exactly how German its own family tree actually still is. Crowds cheering in the streets of three capitals on the very evening the lamps grey morned actually went out. It is worth naming honestly one final and genuinely uncomfortable truth about how this whole catastrophe was actually received by the ordinary populations of Berlin, London and Paris alike, because it complicates any simple story of governments dragging reluctant, war-weary populations into a conflict nobody but a handful of aristocrats and admirals actually wanted. When war was finally declared, in the first days of August 1914, enormous, and by every contemporary account genuinely enthusiastic crowds gathered in the streets of all three capitals, singing patriotic songs, cheering departing troop trains, and mobbing royal palaces and government buildings in scenes of what a great many participants themselves later described, often with real bewilderment once the war's actual character became clear, as something closer to a festival than to the beginning of a national catastrophe. young men across Germany, Britain and France alike, volunteering for military service in numbers so large that recruiting stations in several cities had to turn eager applicants away in the war's opening weeks. It is worth naming, honestly, why so many ordinary people across all three combatant nations greeted the war's arrival this way, because a decade and more of exactly the naval statistics, colonial slights and newspaper cartoons this evening has spent so long describing had left a considerable portion of the ordinary public on every side genuinely convinced that a short, decisive and almost sporting war was both inevitable and, in a sense that reads now as almost unbearably naive, faintly desirable, a chance to settle, quickly and gloriously, a rivalry that had been simmering in newsprint and naval budgets for so long that actual armed conflict felt, to a great many young men who had never experienced anything like it, considerably more like an adventure than a horror. It is worth remembering too, holding this same enthusiasm honestly beside the private anguish of Wilhelm and Nicholas's own last telegrams this evening as already described, that the war these crowds so eagerly welcomed would kill a very large proportion of the very young men cheering loudest in those same August streets within the first 2 years of fighting, a gap between expectation and outcome that historians have identified as one of the single most psychologically shattering aspects of the entire conflict for the generation that actually lived through it. What actually happened on the roads out of Belgium, and what got exaggerated once it had. It is worth naming too, honestly, exactly what German forces actually did during the invasion of Belgium this evening, as already described triggering British entry into the war, because both the real conduct and its own subsequent wartime exaggeration matter to a complete and honest account. German troops advancing through Belgium in August of 1914, anxious about irregular civilian resistance and operating under officers genuinely, if in most documented cases mistakenly, convinced that Belgian civilian snipers, so-called franc-tireurs, were attacking their own supply lines, carried out a series of reprisal killings of Belgian civilians, most notoriously at the town of Dinant, where German soldiers shot several hundred residents, including women and children, in a single August afternoon, and at Louvain, where German troops burned the town's own historic university library, destroying a collection of medieval manuscripts that had survived until that same week for the better part of 5 centuries, atrocities that were real, that were documented at the time by neutral American diplomats present in Belgium, and that killed, in total across the whole invasion, several thousand Belgian civilians. It is worth naming honestly that British and French wartime propaganda then took this same genuine atrocity and inflated it, through official government reports and popular illustrated newspapers, into a much larger and in several specific and widely circulated details entirely fabricated campaign of German barbarism, including invented stories of German soldiers systematically severing the hands of Belgian children, tales that had no basis in any verified evidence but that spread with genuine and lasting effect across Britain, the United States, and the wider English-speaking world, a propaganda campaign whose own later, well-documented excesses would go on, with a bitter irony historians have often noted, to make an entire post-war generation of British and American readers unduly sceptical of considerably better documented German atrocities reported during the following war a generation later, a reminder that propaganda built on top of a genuine underlying truth can do lasting damage, not only to the nation it targets, but to the credibility of every honest account that comes after it. The final tally of keels laid down, and what all that steel actually bought either side. It is worth naming plainly one last set of figures before this evening lets the naval race itself finally rest, because the actual arithmetic at the moment the war began tells its own quietly damning story about whether the 20-year contest this evening has spent so long describing was ever really worth what it cost either nation. By August of 1914, Britain had commissioned or nearly completed some 29 dreadnought-type battleships to Germany's own 17, a lead that meant Tirpitz's own risk theory, the calculated bet that a large enough German fleet would deter Britain from ever risking a fight at all, had failed even on its own narrow technical terms, since Britain's own margin of superiority, while somewhat reduced from the overwhelming advantage it had enjoyed before the race began, remained comfortably wide enough that the Royal Navy could still be reasonably confident of victory in any full fleet engagement, a confidence Jutland's own actual outcome, whatever the tactical arguments historians have had over it since, essentially confirmed. It is worth sitting, honestly, with what this same arithmetic means for the entire premise this evening opened with at Cowes in 1889, because Germany spent, across roughly 2 decades, something in the range of 1/10 of its own total government expenditure on a fleet that never once forced Britain into the kind of diplomatic accommodation Weltpolitik's own architects had always insisted it eventually would, that fought a single, inconclusive battle in the whole of the war it had been built to fight, and that ended its own existence not in glorious victory or even in glorious defeat, but in a self-inflicted scuttling at the bottom of a harbour belonging to the very navy it had spent 20 years trying to catch. A nearly 2-decade national investment of treasure, industrial capacity, and, this evening has already named honestly, an emperor's own considerable personal psychological energy that purchased, in the final accounting, remarkably little beyond the diplomatic suspicion and the accelerated British countermeasures that made an eventual war more rather than less likely. A lesson in the specific and considerable danger of building your whole national strategy around outrunning a rival who, it turns out, was never actually required to let you catch up at all. A conference in Berlin that carved up a continent nobody at the table actually asked to attend it. It is worth returning briefly to fill in one specific gap this evening's earlier account of Germany's sudden colonial acquisitions in 1884 left open, because the formal international mechanism through which that same scramble for African territory was actually organised deserves its own proper naming. Bismarck, despite his own well-documented personal indifference to colonies, hosted, in Berlin between November of 1884 and February of 1885, a conference of 14 European powers and the United States convened specifically to establish agreed rules for the ongoing European partition of the African continent, an event historians have called the Berlin Conference ever since, at which the assembled powers agreed on a principle known as effective occupation, holding that a European power's claim to African territory would only be internationally recognised once that power had established actual administrative and military control on the ground, rather than merely planting a flag and issuing a proclamation, a rule that triggered, almost immediately, a considerably more urgent and considerably more violent scramble among the competing powers to actually occupy the territories they had spent the preceding years merely claiming on paper. It is worth naming plainly that not a single African ruler, chief, or representative of any kind was invited to participate in a conference whose own decisions determined the future governance of the entire continent for the following 3/4 of a century, a fact the assembled European diplomats of 1884 apparently found no particular need to justify or even remark upon, and it is worth naming too the specific and rather bitter irony that it was Bismarck, the same Chancellor this evening has already described regarding colonies with genuine private scepticism, whose own hosting of this same conference in his own capital city lent the entire European partition of Africa the formal international legitimacy it would go on to claim for itself, a legacy Bismarck himself, by every account of his own later private remarks on the subject, appears to have regarded with considerably less pride than the empire he actually did want, the secure and carefully balanced continental Germany his own decades of patient diplomacy had been built to protect, a wedding in Berlin, 14 months before the war, where the cousins gathered one final time. It is worth naming briefly one further and genuinely striking family gathering that took place barely a year before the crisis this evening has already walked you through in such detail because it offers a second and considerably more intimate bookend to the same Nine Kings funeral photograph this evening described from 1910. In May of 1913, Wilhelm's own daughter, Princess Victoria Louise, married Prince Ernst August of Brunswick in Berlin, a wedding that drew in a genuinely remarkable final gathering both Tsar Nicholas II of Russia and King George V of Britain to the German capital simultaneously. The three imperial cousins, Willie, Nicky and Georgie, posing together for photographs that survive to this day as the last images ever taken of all three men together in the same place, smiling, by every contemporary account, with what appears in the photographs to be genuine warmth and genuine pleasure at the rare occasion of a full family reunion. It is worth naming, plainly, that barely 14 months separated that same wedding photograph from the moment these same three cousins would find themselves, through the alliance machinery and mobilization timetables, this evening as already described in careful detail, formally at war with one another, commanding between them armies that would go on to kill millions of each other's own subjects over the following 4 years, and it is worth sitting, one final time, with the specific and genuinely vertiginous distance between that same wedding day's warm family photograph and everything this whole long evening has since described those same three men's governments actually doing to one another, a distance that captures, perhaps better than any single treaty or naval statistic this evening has offered you, exactly how completely the vast impersonal machinery of alliances, mobilization schedules, and accumulated national grievance had come, by the summer of 1914, to operate entirely independently of whatever warmth or reluctance the actual individual monarchs supposedly commanding that machinery still privately felt toward one another, back to the water off an English coastline, one last time. It is worth closing now, in these final settling minutes, exactly where this whole long story actually began, because the picture this evening opened with a young emperor watching his own uncle's faster boat pull away from him on a bright August afternoon in 1889, was never really about sailing at all, and it is worth naming one last time everything that small and almost forgettable defeat actually grew into across the following 3 decades. It grew into a chancellor dismissed and a careful system of restraint abandoned within months of his departure. It grew into a doctrine demanding a place in the sun, into a fleet built one careful keel at a time by a man who never once lost sight of exactly which rival flag he was building it to outlast, into a telegram sent in anger and a newspaper interview given in loneliness, into a desert where an entire people was deliberately left to die of thirst, into 2 crises fought over a kingdom in North Africa neither empire's own ordinary citizens could have located on a map, into a canal widened just in time, and a railway laid across a desert specifically to unsettle a rival's sleep, and finally on a summer morning in Sarajevo neither emperor nor king nor tsar had any hand in choosing, into the exact General War III. First cousins spent their own final private letters to one another, genuinely trying and genuinely failing to prevent. It is worth naming gently that Wilhelm himself, chopping wood alone at dawn for 22 long years, after losing very nearly everything his own wounded pride had spent 3 decades building, never once by any surviving account seemed to fully understand that the empire he lost had been undone less by any conspiracy of encircling rivals than by his own inability, At any single one of a dozen genuine turning points this evening has walked you through, to simply let a lost boat race stay a lost boat race. The Askari who stayed loyal to a flag that had never once asked what they actually wanted. It is worth naming briefly one further complicating detail about Leto Vorbeck's own remarkable East African campaign this evening as already described, because it resists any simple, comfortable moral he can be neatly filed under. The core of Leto Vorbeck's own small fighting force across the whole of that 4-year campaign was made up not of German officers, who numbered only in the low hundreds throughout, but of several thousand African soldiers known as Askari, professional colonial troops recruited, trained and paid by the German colonial administration, who fought with a discipline, a loyalty, and by a great many contemporary accounts, a genuine personal devotion to their own German commander that persisted through years of near starvation, constant retreat, and total isolation from any hope of reinforcement or resupply. Several hundred of these same Askari remaining with Leto Vorbeck's colours right through to the war's final surrender, and, in a detail that has genuinely puzzled and moved historians examining the campaign since, continuing for decades afterward to petition the German government for the back pay and pensions they had been promised. A handful of the very last surviving Askari veterans still pursuing that same claim, with mixed success, into the 1960s. It is worth sitting, honestly, with how uncomfortably this same loyalty sits beside everything this evening has already told you about the Herero and Nama genocide committed by that same colonial power barely a decade earlier in a different German territory altogether. A reminder that colonial subjects experienced German rule in genuinely different ways depending on where and when, and under whose particular administration they happen to live, and that a full and honest accounting of empire has no more use for a single flattening story of universal loyalty than it does for a single flattening story of universal atrocity. Leto Vorbeck himself, in his own post-war life back in Germany, spent real personal effort lobbying his own government to honour the pensions those same Askari veterans were still owed, a campaign that met with only partial success given the chaos of Weimar Germany's own finances, and maintained a warm personal correspondence with several of his former African soldiers for years afterward, a genuine loyalty running in both directions that sits, uneasily and honestly, alongside everything else this evening has told you about the empire both men had served, one as its most celebrated colonial general, and the other as one of the many thousands of Africans whose own labour and whose own lives that same empire had never once asked permission to spend. It is worth remembering, too, that Leto Vorbeck himself would go on, decades later, to publicly refuse an approach from the Nazi government seeking to recruit his own considerable wartime prestige for its own propaganda purposes, a small act of personal integrity in extreme old age that does not undo anything. This evening has already asked you to weigh honestly about the empire he served so devotedly in his own youth, but that belongs, all the same, in any complete accounting of a genuinely complicated man. He died in 1964, the last surviving German general of the entire First World War, having outlived nearly every other figure this long night has asked you to hold in mind: Wilhelm, Bismarck, Tirpitz, Bülow, and the whole vanished world of emperors and admirals whose own 30-year contest for standing in the world he'd spent his own most famous years fighting, at the very edge of that world's own reach, in a colony few of the men who actually started the contest could ever have found on an unlabelled map. It is a fitting enough note to close this particular thread on, one last man from this whole crowded story, quietly outlasting every empire, every emperor, and every fleet that had once seemed, to the people building them, permanent enough to be worth an entire generation's blood and treasure, and living long enough in his own quiet retirement to watch the country he had served produce and then lose an even larger and even more catastrophic war than the one this whole long evening has spent its length describing, without ever once, by any surviving account, lending his own considerable name to the second attempt, a small and rather lonely dignity that outlasted every flag he had ever actually fought under, and one worth setting down here, gently, as very nearly the last word this long night has to offer on what any of it was actually for. It is worth remembering one final time that none of this was ever actually inevitable in the way the Finnish story, told backward from a war that did in fact happen, can sometimes make it feel. Because at practically every single turning point this long night has walked you through, a Bismarck kept in office a little longer, a Friedrich granted a few more healthy years, a Haldane mission handled with a little more flexibility on either side, a July crisis given a few more days for cooler telegrams to actually arrive before the mobilisation orders went out, the whole catastrophe could very plausibly have taken a genuinely different and genuinely less bloody shape. And it is worth letting that same thought settle gently, rather than heavily as you finally drift off, not as a reason to despair at how easily things go wrong, but as a quiet reminder that the ordinary, unglamorous work of patience, of a slightly steadier hand, of one fewer wounded ego insisting on the last word, has always been the thing standing between an old rivalry and an old catastrophe, in the empires of a century ago, and in its own smaller and more private way, in the ordinary evenings of whatever life you happen to be living now. Before we let this long night finally close, take a quiet moment, if you have not already, to like this video and subscribe, but only if this channel has genuinely earned a small place in your own evenings, because that is the only reason worth doing it at all. If you're watching this on YouTube, the Spotify link for this channel is waiting for you down in the description. Since these stories find their way there too these days, often before anywhere else, and if you are listening on Spotify tonight instead, simply search Historian at Midnight on YouTube to find the rest of what this channel has quietly been building, one long story at a time. And if you feel like it, leave your own location and your own local time down in the comments below, a small thing that cost you nothing and that helps some other tired, restless stranger, somewhere else entirely on this same turning planet, find their own way into this same slow unspooling of an old and complicated story. Let whatever is left of tonight's tension finally drain out through your own shoulders, down through the mattress or the cushion or the chair beneath you, and out into whatever quiet, ordinary room you're actually lying in right now, because nothing in this story, however large it once was to the men who lived inside it, needs to weigh on you any longer than it takes to fall asleep. The emperors are gone, the fleets are mostly rust at the bottom of a Scottish harbour, or scattered in pieces across ocean floors from Chile to the Cocos Islands, and whatever pride or fear or wounded feeling once seemed large enough to be worth an empire has long since settled into nothing more than old paper in quiet archives. Close your eyes now, all the way, if you have not already, and let the rest of this old story simply finish itself somewhere behind you, in the dark. Good night and sweet dreams.